Act 3. The story so far. Act I. In an alternate reality where Ranma married Shampoo, their daughter had somehow obtained a magic locket that allowed her to cross dimensions. A few accidents later, several of Ranma's children from various realities ended up in one reality, where Ranma was still a teenage youth. One amongst them, Ryo Saotome, son of Ranma and Yukayu, managed to get a hold of the locket before Cologne was about to do something devious with it. After his victory, he sent all the displaced sons and daughters of Ranma and company to their proper realities, and then prepared to go home himself. Something, however, went wrong. He ended up in a bizarre version of Tokyo in 2096 and accidentally dragged along Rabiko Hibiki and Childra Jansen in his attempt to fix this mistake. That attempt dragged him to two other realities with amazing speed. From them, he accidentally brought Miyabi, daughter of Ranma and Akan, and Ishido, a mysterious amnesiac hunted by a shadowy organization. Finally, they stopped in a reality where Ranma and company were still teens, but had never met them before. And now, Act II, Childra, curious as to what caused their dimensional/reality shift, watched Ryo Saotome closely, and discovered that the locket is the source of their troubles. She tried, and succeeded, in stealing the locket from him without him noticing. Rabiko schemed to make sure that the history of his world takes place, and begins a scheme to kill Ranma and frame Miyabi for the murder. He succeeded in getting a blood sample from her, and a torn piece of her clothing, but is interrupted before he can go through with his plan. In a talk with Ishido, he finds out about a certain umbrella-wielding maniac threatening to kill Ryuga in Ishido's reality. In a panic, Rabiko rushed to Childra, and accidentally triggered the locket. The three of them found themselves on a bridge somewhere. Before they left, they accidentally dragged along Ryo Mahashin, a person that looked amazingly like Ikarugo Sankuji, but in truth was a bit more devious. Bringing him along, the four crossed several realities, narrowly escaping danger, capture, and death. And then they returned to the Nerima they left from, with an irate Ryo Saotome waiting for them. Meanwhile, Miyabi has put up with the antics of her grandparents, Su and Janma, who are overjoyed at her existence, distressed at the way her parents were fighting, greatly annoyed at her trans-diamond soul half-brother Ryo Saotome, and decided that a talk with grandmother Nodoka was in order. And now, Act 3 by Kevin Eve, Ross Mackenzie, RPM, Caroline Searight, and Christopher Wilmore, with a scene by Nicola Wright, Editor-in-Chief. Elizabeth Christian Miyabi wandered through the streets of Nerima. She'd found out from Kasumi where Nodoka lived, as it was obvious that she wasn't at the Tendu house. Her mom had chatted to her for a while. Akan was, of course, very curious about her future, although she tried to hide it. It was really strange to see her mother so young. So much more like a friend than a mother. She was so insecure about Ranma, even though it was obvious that he loved her. She leapt onto the roof of a nearby house, then started to jump from rooftop to rooftop towards the Saotome house. Dad was probably even worse than Mum, thought Miyabi, but his problem was that he hid behind insults. Miyabi was used to their fighting, but here, it was almost too much. At least Ranma had learned to control his mouth somewhat. In her future, Miyabi stopped and looked down. She stood before the old Saotome house. In Miyabi's time, it had been destroyed by Shampoo and Yukaitu somehow. She wasn't too sure about the details, but it was something to do with being jealous over her mom and dad. She jumped to the road and entered the front gate. "Grandma, Dachin, it's Miyabi here," Miyabi called, before remembering that Nodoka wouldn't know who she was. A pretty, older woman with long, dark hair, braided and pulled into a bun, opened the door. She was clad in a colorful kimono. The only real difference that Miyabi noticed was that her grandmother didn't carry a long object wrapped in cloth. Miyabi knew what it was. It was the family sword. But why was her grandmother carrying it around? She'd heard a little, but never the full story behind why Nodoka had the weapon. Nodoka smiled kindly at Miyabi. "Yes? What would you like, dear?" Miyabi couldn't help but jump into her arms and hug her. "I've missed you so, Dachin." Nodoka's surprise knew no bounds. "I'm your grandmother?" Miyabi nodded, still hugging her. "Yes. Kasumi-Obachan told me where you were, so I had to come and see you." Nodoka blinked, holding Miyabi, the information sinking into her head. "Well, I think you'd better come in and we'll have a little chat." Asterisk 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 asterisk. A badly beaten Ranma stumbled into the living room. Akan stared at him, then rushed to his side. "Ranma, are you okay?" Ranma nodded as much as he could, using a stick to help him walk. "I'll live. But Ryu'll pay for this." Akan frowned. "Ryuga-kun did this to you by himself?" "He and Yukin did it." Akan blinked. "Yukaiu?" Ranma growled. "They found out about all these future children, and, oh, they found out about Miyabi. Where is she, anyway?" "She went off to speak to her grandmother or something." This took a moment or two to sink in. Ranma and Akan stared at each other. "Grandmother? That's..." They both jumped up, running out of the house at full speed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Nodoka and Miyabi knelt at the low table, a tray of tea between them. Miyabi sipped at her cup as her grandmother talked. "So, Miyabi, if you're my granddaughter, then Ranma is your father." Miyabi nodded as she sipped. "Yeah, and Akan is my mother." Nodoka's face turned into a frown. "My son, and his fiancée, have a child?" Her face darkened considerably, and the family sword appeared in her hand. Miyabi, never having seen this look from her grandmother, backed away from the table a little. "I don't mean, right now. Heitu." Nodoka suddenly burst into tears, "And they didn't tell me about it." Miyabi almost face-faulted. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Childra gave a nervous half smile and waved to Ryo. Here. Ryo glared, moving towards her menacingly. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Nodoka held Miyabi tightly to her. My son is a manly man. Having a daughter so early in life with his fiancée. Oh, he makes me so proud. Miyabi, a little confused, looked up at Nodoka, a manly man. But Dad never found a cure. Nodoka let her go. A cure? To what? Well, he's never gotten a cure to. Miyabi never got to finish the sentence as Akan and the female Ranma burst in through the door. Ranma grabbed her, then dragged her out of the house while Akan smiled nervously at Nodoka. Nodoka looked bewildered as the whirlwind that was Ranko snatched her son's child away. She looked up at Akan. Where's Ranko taking Miyabi-chan? And what cure does my son need? He's sick? Akan's nervous smile grew larger as a sweat drop formed on her forehead. Cure? A Ranma? He's just got a cold. Yeah, that's it. And Ranko needs to talk to Miyabi about it. That's right. A cold? My poor son. I should go to him. Is he home yet, Akan, dear? Akan shook her head, and no. He's on another training trip with Oji-san. Oh. Nodoka sighed. Well, Akan-chan, why don't you sit down and have a little talk with me? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Ranma stood, still holding Miyabi's hand, and panted. They stood halfway down the road from the Saotome house. Miyabi grabbed her hand back from Ranma. Hey, what's with you, Dad? Hofukuro doesn't know about my curse. Miyabi said exclamation point. Dead. Well, tell her, Dad. Ranma sighed. I can't. If I tell her, she'll kill me. Nonlight. Ranma started to explain to Miyabi about the promise that Janma had given to his wife about raising a manly man. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Nodoka smiled at Akan. So, you and my son have had a child. You should have told me, Akan-chan. I would have helped you raise her. Akan froze. The daughter. Nodoka nodded. Miyabi told me all about you and my son. It's so asterisk good asterisk to know that he's such a man. He's no anta, running around in girls' clothes and doing strange kind of things. And I have a grandchild. She smiled up at Akan. You should have told me earlier that you and my son were parents. Oh, I'm so happy. Akan just stared at her. She wanted to jump up and yell that there was no way she would have a child with Ranma, but she wasn't so sure after meeting Miyabi. Nor could she tell Nodoka that it was all a misunderstanding. This was proof that Ranma was a man. Nodoka was so happy. Oh, I'd have to meet my son and congratulate him. As soon as he gets back from the trip, Akan finished. Nodoka deflated a little. Yes, as soon as he gets back. Asterisk 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 Miyabi stared at Ranma. She'll make you commit seppuku if she finds out that you turn into a girl. Ranma nodded miserably. Miyabi frowned and looked at the floor. Well, at least I know why she's got the katana. They stood in silence for a few moments. Oh, Dad. Grandma said that you were a manly man when I told her that you were my dad. Maybe she won't kill you since you've proved how much of a man you really are. Ranma blinked and stared at her like she was insane. But I can. We haven't. I wouldn't. Not asterisk yet asterisk you wouldn't. But Grandma doesn't know that. If we keep pretending that this is true, then it's no problem. Ranma thought about this for a while. Hey, it could work. Miyabi nodded. We can go back and test how this'll go down right now. Maybe then you can meet her as a guy. Ranma smiled at the thought of meeting his mother, properly, for the first time. Asterisk 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 Akan looked at Nodoka, not knowing what to do. Then the door opened, and she stared as Miyabi and the female Ranma entered the room. Hi, Auntie. Ranma called cheerfully. Ranma's daughter and I have come to visit you. Akan blinked and looked closely at the two. They must have a plan. Nodoka smiled. Oh, hello Ranko. Hello again, granddaughter. Hi, Bachan. Miyabi smiled happily. Ranma scratched the back of her head. Auntie, now you know that your son has a child. Do you think you'll let Uncle John hand your son out of that silly seppuku promise? After all, only an asterisk real asterisk man could ever have a child with such a macho chick like Akan. Akan punched Ranma in the face. A cop. Ranma glared at Akan, rubbing her face. Nodoka smiled, seeming not to notice the exchange. My son is such a man. He's given an heir to the Saotome school. Of course I won't hold that promise over him anymore. He's proven himself to me. If only I could have met him before finding out about Miyabi. Oh, my poor son. All this training. Akan-chan, you should have let me help you with your daughter while Ranma was away so much. But you have done a wonderful job in raising her. Akan blushed deeply while Ranma stared at her mother, filled with joy. She would finally meet her mother. As a him. Ranko jumped up. Ranma will see you tomorrow, Auntie. I promise you. But now we all should get going home. I'll tell Ranma, and send him here tomorrow, at dinner time. With that, Ranma almost skipped out of the door, back towards Nerima. Miyabi and Akan stood up, too, saying their farewells before following Ranma home. Miyabi explained the plan as they caught up with Ranma. Asterisk 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 Radiko stared as he ran around an unfamiliar area of town. Since when did people start living in tents in Nerima? Come to that, since when was there a desert in Nerima? Radiko sighed, and kept on running. He had to go and hide the evidence before anyone found it. Kasumi, watering the garden, came across a discarded machete and a cloth with a little blot of something red that may have been blood. She picked up the items and headed into the house, humming as she placed them on the low living room table. Then she went outside, continuing her watering. Ranma's mood suddenly dropped. She skidded to a halt, and Akan and Miyabi almost ran into her. There, in their path, was Tatewaki Kunu, holding a single, perfect red rose. Ah! My Osage Noana. My Akan Tendu. And yet another beauty. Such a blessed day as this should never end. He bowed to the three girls. Ranma and Akan looked at him with disgust. Miyabi blinked. Mum, since when did Uncle Takai have a thing for you? Akan blinked at her. You mean he isn't like this in the future? Oh, Uncle Takai's always rather dense, but he's happily married with Auntie Nabiki. Although he does have a tendency to chase Dad around, calling her Osage Noana and things. Ranma looked even more repulsed. He always is like this. Then he did a double take. He married Nabiki. Miyabi nodded to both questions. Meanwhile Kunu advanced on them. His arms opened wide. Come to my arms, my beloveds. Ranma and Akan, both too engrossed in their conversation, were saved from the dreaded embrace by a beautiful, leotard-clad woman as she leapt onto his head, knocking him to the road. Well, if it isn't the two lowly girls after my beloved Ranma-sama's heart. Where have you hidden my Ranma-sama today, nasty girl? Miyabi blinked. And Kodakai loved you, too, Dad. Oh, boys. Were you ever popular? Akan glared at Kodakai while the female Ranma tried to hide. It seemed. I guess she hasn't met Uncle Mikado yet, then. Ranma and Akan stared. Am I Kadio? Kodakai cocked her head. He's off to see that skater, is he? Well, I must go and find my beloved, then. Ho 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 ha ho ho ha. With that, she leapt away, bouncing over nearby buildings to find her way to Kokusai. Black rose petals floated on the breeze as she disappeared into the distance. Akan roused herself. Come on, let's go before Senpai finds out about all of this. He'll kill you if he hears about our daughter, Ranma. The three girls continued their jog home. Kunu sat up, in the middle of the road. That girl has a daughter. Ranma Saotome. You'll all pay for impregnating my darling Akan. How dare you pick such a rare flower at its first bloom? And another daughter from my darling Osage Noana. For your crimes against my beloved women, I must kill you. Rnmasaodiomi. Tatewakikunou all punish you. Then he fainted. Ryo was angry. No, scratch that. He wasn't just angry. He was full-blown, killing mood, red flames rising behind him. Ryuga couldn't do much better than this angry. He stared at Childra, eyes full of a promise for a horrible fate should they have done anything to interfere with Bell-chan. He advanced, slowly, and almost supernaturally calmly, pacing towards Childra as though stalking prey. What dop did dop you dop do dop with dop the dop locket dop. Childra glanced around nervously. Damn, that gosling's too wimpy to be of any use, even if he is trained in the use of the umbrella, and Lobe-samen's still out. God knows where Radiko got to. Probably trying to find the bathroom. Knowing that boy. Chikaso, I've gotta deal with this myself. _ keep the others from knowing about the locket. She flashed Ryo a winning smile, if a strained one. Maybe we should talk about this somewhere else? Ryo stared at her. Why? Scared that your Lobe-sama is going to find out that you're a thief? Ryo knew that it was a low blow, but he was too angry to care. He'd apologize later. There were other things to take care of first. Childra flinched involuntarily. Somehow, unconsciously, Ryo had hit a sore spot. She wasn't used to being turned down as regularly as Ishido turned her down. And she sure as hell wasn't used to actually giving it a moment's notice and thought. She pushed it aside, to better concentrate on the business at hand. No, you backup, no one else knows about the locket. Do you want them finding out? They'll think that you're responsible for them getting ripped out of their timelines, you know. So, unless you want everyone to find out, let's find a better place to discuss this. Childra whispered, as Mahashin was still awake, while looking extremely scared and confused. She looked at him and said, "Hey, take care of Ishido over there, would ya?" Gosling nodded slowly in agreement, and Ryo nodded and led her off to a room that was unused at the moment. Gosling grinned as soon as they left the room. TSK. That girl's whisper could be heard halfway across Nerima. She might as well have just shouted it out loud. He crept out of the room after a suitable delay, to make sure they wouldn't see him. He turned to consider Ishido, but decided that listening in on the argument was more important at the moment. He came upon the room, not that it was hard to find with the shouting going on. What the hell did you think you were doing, jumping times like that? Mahashin smiled. HRM. Ryo. Nice name. Look, Ryo, all I wanted to do was look at the locket. Mahashin mentally pulled out a notepad. Okay. Find out what this one knows, make sure he won't interfere. Find Ryuga, kill him, get home. Challenging, yet entertaining. You idiot asterisk. That's more than just some locket. Don't you know what you were doing with that thing? No. But I'm sure you'll say something informative soon, Ryo. No, not really. But we're here, no one's missing, so everything's okay, isn't it? Ugh. Look, just give me the locket back, okay? I John single quote T want reality twisted and changed any more than it already has. Mahashin blinked, and small, twisted smile slithered onto his face. He heard the two-dimension hoppers start for the door, and he hurried back to the bedroom Ishido was in, plotting all the way. Ryo decided to take a walk, clear his head. Childra, naturally, wanted to check in on Ishido. She knocked on the door, then stuck her head in. Gosling was there, or was it? For a second, she thought that it was someone else, but that was unmistakably Gosling's voice and mannerisms. With a mental shrug, she walked in. "How's he doing, Gosling?" She didn't notice the small twitch that he made when she called him by name. Muhashin composed himself. "Yeah," he said. "He looks like he'll be out for a while. You should get some rest." Gosling? She dies. Soon. After this Ishido. Childra nodded and went in search of a place to nap. Muhashin grinned evilly and retrieved his umbrella from where he had tossed it. Ishido, he said quietly. "What am I to do with you?" What to do indeed, as Ishido somehow knew who he was, and watched over Muhashin far too close for his comfort. Eliminating him from the equation was certainly tempting, but that also opened up a whole new can of worms. Who would they suspect of killing Ishido, but him? He was the obvious suspect. Damn this Ishido. If it weren't for him. In his foul mood, Muhashin leveled the blade along Ishido's throat, his agitation at the situation growing. He briefly wondered if it was possible to just beat the hell out of everyone and get what he wanted that way. It worked every now and then in his past, so... Then Kasumi walked in. Ryo mentally ********, and lowered his weapon. Kasumi, of course, was oblivious to what was just about to happen. "Why, hello there. You must be a new arrival. I'm Kasumi Tendu. Are you here with Ryo, Childra, Ishido, Radiko, and Miyabi?" Ryo shook mentally. Somehow, the sight of her triggered something in his mind, and he found himself unable to commit violence. Yes I am. It's nice to meet you, Kasumi." Kasumi smiled. "And it's nice to meet you. I didn't catch your name, however." Muhashin gulped. "I left square bracket on single quote T lose it. Focus, remember the story. I'm Ryo Saotome." He flinched on the last word. Kasumi, naturally, took no notice. "That's nice. The others are having some lunch, if you want to join them." Muhashin gulped again. Thank you." He left, to try and compose himself. "God, what's wrong with me?" He walked into the dining room. Ryo looked at Gosling from his place at the table, having returned from his walk hungry. Miyabi was there, too, as were Ranma and Akan, having arrived from Nodoka's. And as usual, they were all eating. Ranma, Miyabi, and Akan stopped and stared at Muhashin as he entered the room. They echoed, "Who you asterisk," and he jumped. "I single quote and I'm Ryo Saotome." Ranma and Akan choked. "And Muhashin looked as flustered as he could get. "I'm Ryo Saotome, son of Ikaru Saotome and Yukai Kwanji." "Why?" Ranma gagged. and looked to be having trouble breathing, and Nakan was absolutely stunned. The twins looked at each other. Gosankuji and Yukayu ***. Unfortunately for Ranma, at this point, Yukayu had just returned to the dojo to apologize to Ranma. She heard shouting, and snuck up just in time to hear Gosankuji and Yukayu ***, followed by Ranma saying, "Well, it's kinda weird, but I guess I can see it." Yukayu marched into the room. She was looking very dangerous. "You can see what Ran-chan?" Ranma suddenly looked very worried. Dabukan. Hi. His voice trailed off weakly. ***, that's for what I just heard, Ran-chan. Yukayu walked off, even more disturbed. Gosankuji? No way. Mahashin bubbled inside at seeing Saotome get slammed like that. He briefly considered going and flustering the Kwanji girl some more, but instead sat down with the Saotomes and spun his tail, at their behest. Well, it all started with this guy. I believe his name was Mahashin. Anyway, from what Mom tells me, he was a good fighter, and had a beef with Ryuga. Don't give them the whole story anyway. Apparently, Yukayu had feelings for Ryuga, but this Mahashin guy killed Ryuga. Damn near sent Mom over the edge. Anyway, apparently, you points at Ranma and Mom and Nakan went out and avenged yourself on the guy, and Dad was there the whole time, comforting Yukayu and the inevitable happened. Silence was the order of the day around the Tendu household. Ranma started muttering. I don't believe this. This kind of stuff happens in stories not real life. Mahashin inwardly clicked his heels in joy. Chaos. I love chaos. Back in the other room, Kasumi was carefully tending to Ishido's wounds. She laid a cool cloth on his head, not really expecting him to wake up anytime soon. But wait, he did, and he groaned. What happened? Kasumi blinked. I don't know. I think Childra, Radiko, and you took a little trip, and found Ryogo's Sankuji. Mahashin blinked as he passed by the door. Maybe I'll get to find out what he knows after all. Inside the room, Ishido shook his head. No, he's not. His name's Ryo Mahashin, and he's very bad person. At this point, Childra woke up, and walked from her bed past Gosling into the room, not really noticing him, in time to hear the conversation. That's not a nice thing to say, Cubby. But it's true I tell you. I've met him before. He's really scary, and he's maybe as good a martial artist as Ranma. He had these attacks punching people with glowing gloves, poking them with a needle umbrella and making their bones explode. He nearly killed me. Childra frowned. Ishido, didn't you say that your memory was Swiss cheese? Ishido nodded slowly. then your unconscious is probably making something up to deal with him. Ishido shook his head. No oh god, I can't remember. Maybe you're right. Ryo wiped his forehead. It had been a close one there, alright. He walked off. He had some new theories to try out, thanks to that Ishido. It's too bad he'd probably have to kill him. Ishido just might know too much. Well, time to find the local store. Yukaihu stomped through the dojo, her face flushed. I can't believe Ranshin said that about me. Gosankuzi. He's so slimy. Mom, wait, Ryo called after her. The Okonomiyaki chef turned to face her son. Now this was a future she could believe in. Ryo was a strong, handsome boy, polite and intelligent, not like that weak, sickly, goddling character. Yes, Ryo-chan. The big-tailed boy winced. You haven't called me that in years, Mom. Yukaihu smiled. Indulge me. It's not every day that your son visits from the future. That's what I wanted to talk to you about, Mom. Ryo stuffed his hands in his pockets. You see. No, let's go outside first. If you want to. There's not enough privacy here, Ryo explained. Especially not with all the other time trippers wandering about. He paused to collect his thoughts. And I've never felt at ease here. Sure, this was Godai-kun's house, but visiting always made Pot feel uncomfortable. He lost the place, and it took a lot of work on Nabiki's part to get it back. Who's Godai? Is there another time traveler here I don't know about? He's the son of Akan and Ryuga. The what? Are there no bigamy laws in the future? Ryo grabbed Yukaihu's hands before they could do anything more violent than make fists. That's not it at all, Mom. He tried to pitch his voice in a calming manner, but he was no Bao-chan. Yukaihu pulled away. The big-tailed boy let her go rather than get in a wrestling match with his own mother. We're all from different timelines, different possible futures. Some of them are mutually exclusive. The Okonomiyaki chef frowned, a wrinkle appearing above the bridge of her nose. So, do I marry Ranshin or not? She demanded. That's up to you, Ryo explained. I don't mean to go all metaphysical on you, Mom, but that's the only explanation I can come up with. If you want something, then you have to make it happen. I think the multiverse is big enough for all of us to get along. Is that what you wanted to talk to me about? The big-tailed boy nodded. And now I'd better go talk to the new time traveler. I need to know where he's from if I'm going to take him back where he belongs. Ryo scowled, staring down at the gravel path. And it's not like that's going to be easy. I think I know where Miyabi comes from, and Rat and Childra. But Ishido doesn't even have a clue about what universe he's native to. Yukaihu put a hand on her son's shoulder. Do you have to go? Oh, yes I do. He snorted. Traveling between worlds like this is no picnic. And my fiancé is waiting. Fiancé? Yukaihu arched one eyebrow. You only have one, right? Ryo gave a half-hearted chuckle despite himself. The last world I was in you said the exact same thing. He shook his head. I guess some things don't change, no matter where or when you are. Yes, I have only one fiancée. You made sure I didn't pick up many of Pop's bad habits, and yes, you approve of her. Belle-chan is the daughter of Kasumi and Onotofu. She is just as kind and caring as you would expect. Do you love her? There was a wistful note in Yukai's voice. More than anything. He looked towards the house. Lights were just starting to come on, warding away the darkness. Now I really need to talk to that guy who claims to be my transdimensional half-brother. You don't believe him, do you? No, that's not fair. I think I'm just being jealous. The big-tailed boy shrugged. We'll see. Good night, Mom. Good night, Ryo. And if this isn't the world you come from. Ryo turned back towards Yukayu. Mom. It was nice meeting you. Then she ran out of the garden and was swallowed by the twilight. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Ryo was not happy to find out he'd missed Gosling's explanation of his home world. He was even less happy to find out that he'd missed the boy altogether. What do you mean he left? He asked Miyabi. I was outside with my mom the whole time. Neither of us saw anything. Miyabi took a step back. Don't yell at me. It's not my fault he's gone. And who knows, maybe he's had ninja training. Ryo stared at the ceiling. I should have told all of you to just stay put. The waitress put her hands on her hips and stared at her transdimensional half-brother. And who put you in charge? I've seen you get knocked out. You've lost a locket your fiancé gave you, and you've felt up every woman in Nerima. Those aren't impressive qualifications for a leadership. Look, there's a reasonable explanation for everything, and I'm taking charge because I'm the only one who knows what he's doing. Oh, really? Miyabi let her eyelids fall as she studied the big-tailed boy. I think Childra knows just as much as you do. And she's less of a pervert. She's also a... No, forget it. Just don't go anywhere, okay? And don't let any of the others wander. It's dark outside. Where would I want to go anyway? I was more worried about Radico. I'd rather he stayed on the same continent as the rest of us. Then _you watch him. I'm not your slave, Ryo, and I'm not going to obey your orders. She spun on her heels and marched out of the room, effectively ending their argument. Good going, Ryo. A touch more empathy there and you'd have been as tactful as Taiji-kun. I thought you learned your lesson about trying to be cold and manipulative a half-dozen worlds ago. It just doesn't work, not for you, anyway. Out loud he said, and I used to wish I had a sister. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Ryo Mahashin ran through a mental list of the items he wanted to buy. This was not the sort of list you wrote down. People could steal hard copy, but thoughts could never be used as evidence. If what he'd heard was true, he had a lot of untapped potential, and with worlds full of ryugas to practice on, well, A small dark shape bouncing down the street interrupted Muhashi's thoughts. Him. The boy smiled. If you didn't have a Ryuga to play with, a Hapauzi was just as good. Asterisk 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 Ryo Saotome ran through the lamplit streets of Nerima. Damn. Where could he have gone? At this rate I'll never find the guy. He looked up at the starlit sky. At least it's not raining. The wind picked up, and the sky rumbled. I should have known better than that. He turned up the collar of his coat and hunched his shoulders against the cold. Having no gloves, he shoved his hands in his pockets to keep them warm. His fingers wrapped around the chain of the locket. I wonder, do I dare? He studied the lock and the pale glow cast from the display window of a nearby appliance store. It didn't look any worse for wear from Childra's handling of it, but then, considering how beat up the charm was, that wasn't saying much. I think I know how to use you. I know that if I keep my mind focused I'll end up where I want to go. If I say, take me to a world where I find Gosling quickly, and then take me back to this world, will you do it? A faint blue-white glow along the edges of the locket was his answer. I'm not sure I want to do this, he told the locket as he debated with himself. I don't like you, and I don't want to use you, but I want to get home as soon as possible. If I could go home to Bel-chan right now I'd do it in a shot, but I can't just leave the others here. He closed his fist around the hunk of battered silver. All right, let's go. Silver blue light escaped from between Ryo's fingers, and the locket grew so cold he felt like his hand was on fire. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It started to rain, but Muhashin didn't mind. Umbrellas were for more than just fighting, after all. Hey, old man, he cried. Where do you think you're going? Out of my way, shouted Hapauzi. He bounced closer, and Ryo smiled a predatory smile. The old man wouldn't know what hit him. It would be almost too easy. A pig-tailed form jumped out of the rain-shrouded night and intercepted the ancient Handa, knocking Hapauzi into orbit and scattering his ill-gotten unmentionables across the pavement. Ranma. Muhashin clenched his teeth. Saotome would pay for interrupting his fight. Then the boy remembered his need for subterfuge, and clamped down on his anger, burying it deep. Later, Ranma. Later. Are you alright? Ryo Saotome asked. Hapauzi is dangerous, in his own petty way. The darkness hid Muhashin's surprise. That's not Ranma. That's his would-be son. I think I'm alright, he stammered, quickly hiding behind a facade of meekness. Thank you for saving me. What are brothers for? Brother? Oh, yes, this one underscore is underscore Yukai's son. Why did you come after me? It's not a good idea for us to be wandering around on our own. I told the others to stay at the dojo, and then went looking for you. Alone? Your mistake. How did you find me? Ryo shrugged. I have my ways, he said evasively. I'll just bet you do. I know you couldn't have followed me in this rain. No, and I know you couldn't have caught up with me. What else does that nice little trinket of yours do, HMM? I'm glad you're here, he said truthfully. I'm glad I could help. Ryo ran his left hand through his rain-soaked hair. You wouldn't happen to have a spare umbrella, would you? No, but I'll share. And, could you lead us on the way back? I'm a little lost. Ryo turned around and whined. We want to go south. You took the old man out in one shot, but just like everyone else in this town, you're too nice for your own good. Mohashin closed his umbrella and twirled it between his fingers. Just the two of us, on a dark street corner. This opportunity is too good to pass up. Goodbye, brother. Ryo half-turned, thinking something was wrong. It wasn't enough. The handle of Mohashin's umbrella caught him in the back of the head, and he slumped to the sidewalk. What has it got in its pockets, Baggins? Mohashin hissed as he searched for the locket. He had to pry the silver charm out of Ryo's fingers. Even unconscious, the pig-tailed boy would not let go. The latch was broken, and the locket had sprung open. There was a photograph inside. Mohashin tore it free and held it up to his nose, studying the picture as best he could in the low levels of ambient light. HMM. Ranma and Kasumi? No, this is you and some other woman. A girlfriend, perhaps? He closed the locket with a snap and let the picture fall to the ground like a dead autumn leaf. If I see her, I'll let her know you won't be coming back. He held up the locket, examining it curiously. Such power in a little thing like this. It was hard to believe. Twirling his umbrella idly, he looked down at the prone form of Ryo Saotome, sprawled on the ground. How to take care of him? Murder was the obvious choice, but no. He internally frowned at his hesitation, but he hadn't murdered anyone yet, and was for some unexplainable reason hesitant to start now. Cripple? Maim? Yes. But it'd be rather pointless to maim him. Nothing gained, really. Kill? No. Not yet. But surely there were other ways to get rid of him. At that moment, the locket chose to spark slightly, sputtering out small dots of azure light. Ah, the locket. He could just use it to shunt Saotome off to some odd-held dimension. Ha. Yes, send Saotome to some odd remote reality. Mohashin smiled, clutching the locket, and wondered about sending him off to some hellish dimension. Now just where should I send you? He muttered, grinning wickedly. HMM. Where would I be horrified to go? He pondered. Then he thought back to that place with the crowd of Ryugas. A world of Ryugas, he said quietly. No, that would be my version of hell. And then, without warning, the locket blazed with cerulean fire. Nabiki walked into the dojo with a smile on her face. For once, lunch at Lucan's had proven lucrative. Visions of yen filled her mind as she entered the living room, so that she almost missed the odd assembly on the table. Curious, she walked over to the pile and fingered the machete. Lifting it revealed a torn, piece of cloth, and a test tube of blood. Nabiki frowned. What on earth could anyone want with? Then, she thought back to her conversation with Kwanji. Wait a second. Oni-chan? Yes, Nabiki? Called Kasumi from the kitchen. Who left this here? Those things? I picked them up outside. I think Radiko dropped them. Radiko? Hibiki Radiko? The one who says he's Yukayu and Ryuga's kid? Their great-grandson. Isn't it nice? With all these guests showing up, I hope we have enough room to lodge them. Yeah. Any idea where he is now? Not really. His friend tells me he gets lost. A true Hibiki, then. Ryuga's descendant, a vial of blood, a sample of cloth and a machete. From this and from what Yukayu told me, this might be fun. She put the test tube in her pocket and hid the machete and cloth behind her usual hidden panel in the main closet. Then, she waited. It wasn't long before Red and Black Blur bolted past her, shouting, W-H-E Harry, W-H-E Harry, W-H-E Harry, W-H-E Harry, W-H-E Harry, W-H-E Harry, W-H-E Harry. When he paused to look under the table, she tapped him on the shoulder, and teasingly waved the vial in front of him. Looking for this, Radiko turned, and stared. He started to say something, then stopped, and began to tremble. Perhaps there's something we need to talk about, HMM? He pointed a finger at her. You. Yes, me. Can do Nabiki. And your Hibiki Radiko. Now that we have the introductions over with, let's get down to business. Ida's here, she was cut off. You. Seems he inherited the Hibiki intelligence, as well. Is that all you can say? She smiled and once again tantalized him with the test tube. Why? He began to form a battle aura. A white one, she noted, not blue like his alleged ancestors. She was treading on dangerous ground, but if this Radiko was as easily manipulated with secrets as P-chan. I also had the machete, and the cloth. The heat flames surrounding the boy suddenly shifted to black. If anything happens to Emi, a full report of what you were going to do with them goes to Ryuga, she bluffed. She had a vague idea of what he was planning, but that was all she needed to set the trap. The field surrounding Radiko flickered, switching in between black and white, clicking faster and faster, until the two became one, and the aura settled on a dull gray. What do you want of me? His voice sounded tamed, but his eyes were still wild. Just to get to know you better, and get paid for it. To know me better? Hi. That's all. You don't want me to help kill your sister? Or to with great-grandpa? Nabiki blinked. She'd rather not think too hard about that last reference. Why would I want to kill Akan? Akan? I only have two sisters, and the other ones can do Kasumi. Right. You mean another pipe you kill Kasumi? Ranma, she could understand. There was a waiting list a mile long to get rid of him, and this fellow just might think he's on it. The poor boy doesn't have a chance, if the Juju Destroyer failed. Ryuga, perhaps, but he was just too sweet for anyone to date permanently. Ken, maybe as a way to get at Ranma. But KSUMI? Odd. Very odd. Thinking that anyone would want to get rid of Onichan, especially her. This interview might turn out to be worth more than her fee. When did you say you were from, again? 2096. Hibiki Radiko, right? Descended from Yukayu and Ryuga? The boy scowled, and his battle shrank somewhat, solidifying into a sort of luminescent skin. Not quite. Huh? It's Ryukayu, not Radiko. Raraku? What kind of sadistic parents would name their kid Downfall? He lunged at her. Thankfully, years of living with martial artists had given her quick reflexes, and she dodged, sending him flying against a wall, which promptly collapsed. "Oh, my," said Kasumi, through the new doorway into the kitchen, then went back to frying wonton. Raraku shook himself, stood up, and turned back to Nabiki. "Yes, Perdita. Downfall. _your downfall. What? For what you have done to Tendu Kasumi and Hibiki Ryuga, you will pay. Ratty baby, I've done nothing to Kasumi, and it's Ryuga that pays me, when he's in need of my services. You've already slept with him. Oh, my. Nabiki, why didn't you tell me?" Breaded meat dropped to the floor, and the elder Tendu covered her mouth in shock. "I haven't." She didn't know whether to be confused, or just plain angry at the suggestion. "Let's just say, Raraku, that he uses my informational services, on occasion. I may not give much away for free, but I do not sell myself. That is a matter of opinion." Radiko's teeth clenched, letting only a hiss escape. What is not, is the tale told by the blade and the cloth. She raised the vial. "Or by this blood, here. I wonder whose it'll turn out to be if we test it. Will it match the owner of the scrap, I wonder? You are despicable. Can't blame a girl for trying to make a profit." She smiled, just because she knew it would make him furious, and he wouldn't be able to do a thing about it. "Oh, how I love having men at my fingertips." "Profit?" He scowled. "I knew it. What kind of profit? I don't suppose you have any money that's any good here. I have plenty of kunus, but those won't be mended for several decades." "Kunus? Kunus? As in, Kunu Kodakai, and Kunu Tatewaki? How dare you mention those two names in the same breath?" The oral was back to a flame now, and the gray was definitely getting paler. His key was strong, and it seemed to be mostly based on anger and depression. White for the first, and black for the latter, maybe. Nabiki made a mental note. Is there something wrong with that? Well, you can tell me about all of this on our date. She would have preferred to know now. After all, this was quite unnerving. But Kasumi's cooking dinner meant that the others would be back soon, and she didn't want them spoiling her plans. Date? The daunting warrior illusion fell apart at the seams, and Radiko's knees wobbled like a block of agar in a maelstrom. Nabiki grinned. You've got to pay me somehow. You can't expect me to keep silent on something like this for nothing. Plus, I want a chance to learn about you, and when you come from. There's an understatement. He thought I'd murdered Kasumi, and the currency is the KUNOU. But I don't have money. I'm sure you can find someone to give you a job. You'd only need to work a few hours to get enough money to buy dinner. Work? W-O-R-K. But I've never had a job. His voice went from a growl to a whine. What do I need a job for? Back where I come from, I'm heir to the largest security company in Japan. Surely you don't expect me to do manual labor. Security company? Probably some sort of stock trader. This kid is likely to know a heck of a lot more about the future of the financial markets than that Miyabi girl. And any information, if accurate, will let me make a killing. Good. You'll be doing hard labor, if you don't. There was a pause, as the future Hibiki re-evaluated his situation. Just like his great-grandfather. It takes a few minutes for information to sink in. Can't I do anything else? No. Take it or leave it. It's my last offer. I'm a very busy woman, and I've got other fish to fry. Radiko sighed. I'll take it. But who will give me a job? I don't have any money, any references. Nabiki watched with glee as his key flames blackened. She'd been right. White for anger, black for depression, gray for both. There is one person who. She looked at Kasumi through the hole in the wall. Her big sister had finished cleaning up the mess, and was going back to cooking, which meant she'd be oblivious to the world. More than usual, that is. No sense taking pointless risks. Oh. We need somewhere more private to discuss this. She turned towards the kitchen. Onichan. Rat and I are going on a little walk. Don't set places for us for dinner. I'll save the leftovers for when you get back. Kasumi smiled and cocked her head. Arigato, said her sister. Nabiki turned to the time traveler. You coming? Do I have a choice? Not really. Which reminds me. She took the test tube, stuck it safely in her bosom, and smiled. Better safe than sorry. Radicos were lightened a shade or two. And tone down the batlora, will you? We don't want people staring. The Hibiki growled, but complied. He closed his eyes, took some deep breaths, and in seconds the raging heat fire was reduced to a faint, nigh undetectable glow. Just as he opened them again, voices were heard on the front porch. Saotome-san, Daddy, Ranma, Akan, and someone else. Speak of the Handa, muttered Nabiki. Come on. We've got to hurry. The others are back, and if they find us here together, talking about this. She made a slicing motion across her throat. Unto. What? Just come with me. She took him by the arm, and led him out by the dojo's back door, Just as Miyabi walked in **************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Miyabi was nearly in tears as she pleaded with her grandfathers. They ignored her and anything but their ecstasy at the living proof of the union of their children. Isn't it wonderful, Saotome sang? Soon's waterworks were at full flow, but for joy, for once. Oh, yes, Tendu-kun. Our children will marry, and have lots of grandchildren. They'll have 3, 6, a dozen. Gross. The only thing that's gross is someone thinking I'd ever, you know. With that tomboy. Miyabi allowed herself to stop crying for a bit, and smirked. That's not what **** here, Dad. Ranma blushed a deep red, and began to stammer. Our anime. How could you be so callous? In front of our daughter, even. But, she said that we. Is it so difficult to believe that you might actually enjoy being with me? Akan realized what she had just said, and covered her mouth. Too late. Akan. I didn't know that you. Now this is more like the mom and dad I remember. It's already starting, Saotome-kun. I'm so happy. No need to say that name, Tendu-kun. Soon nodded gravely. True, Saotome. For once, they weren't mallied or sent into lower orbit for their enthusiasm. The two involuntary fiancés were far too busy staring at each other. Great. Maybe they're actually getting to like one another, thought Miyabi. It's just so weird. They're in love, just like always, but it's like they had shades on, or something. Ranma shuffled his feet uncomfortably. I still say that Akan's enough to make anyone stay single. Listen to your baby, boys, said Janma. I'm not a baby, shouted Miyabi. No one heard her. You will marry Akan, added Soon in his most commanding voice. And you will have lots of children. Actually, said Miyabi. There's only me. Ranma cut in before she could finish. You see? Even if I do end up with this macho chick, the first time makes me swear off that kind of thing for a life. Akan had been fuming silently during this last exchange. Now, steam began to pour out of her ears, and she tensed her muscles, preparing to deck Ranma. Miyabi, however, had more than enough. She clenched her fist and uppercutted her father, yelling, "And my little brother! She is certainly Akan's daughter, Tendu." Janma grinned. To be sure, Saotome-kun. To be sure. The big-tailed projectile sailed across the room, smashing into the front door just as it was opened by a familiar, bandana-clad figure. A Titan umbrella came down promptly on his head, and Ranma was left stunned, hands in the Takahashi pain posture. Miyabi blinked. Oh. Hi. Ryuga-oji-san, she said. Akan composed herself and waved a welcome. The lost boy winced at being called uncle. That's what I came here about. You're Akan's daughter, right? Hi. by Ranma. Of course, shouted Ranma. We're already planning the wedding. Headed soon. The two prospective grandfathers hugged each other and began to dance around, and then out of the living room. Their joy only made Ryuga sink deeper into despair. Is something wrong, Ryuga-kun? Asked Akan, staring at the door through which her father had just left. No, nothing's wrong. The lost boy sighed. Radiko's arrival has given me something to think about. He stepped over the unresponsive Ranma and sat on a nearby chair. That weirdo's enough to start anyone thinking, said Miyabi. The boy's as crazy as the Kunyus. Ryuga shook his head. That's not what I meant. For years, I hoped that if I ended up with anyone, it'd be. He looked at Akan. It'd be someone in particular, but to find out that Yukai's the one it's like having a dream shattered. But, Oji-san, you and Yukai make a great couple. Akan was puzzled. Ryuga was actually interested in someone. Who is it that you wanted to be with? She asked. It doesn't matter. Not now. Of course it does. Akan chastised him. Nothing's written in stone. Things can change. Ranma was just recovering. He dusted himself off, checked for broken bones, then added, no kidding. They'll have to change a lot before I marry her. Hokusan. Tears flowed down his daughter's cheeks, once again. Ryuga growled. It's not enough for you to know you get Akan. You also have to make your daughter's life miserable, like everyone else. Hey, that's not what oh, no. Akan has more suitors than you have fiancés. You're the one person that has a chance with her, and you just throw that away. Akan blushed, and tried to stop him. Ryuga-kun, I think that some people would kill for that gift, Saotome. The Hibiki stood and took a few menacing paces towards his eternal opponent. Ranma noted the wild, dangerous glare in his eyes, and backed up. Cool off, Ryuga. We do this all the time. _no_. A growl. Some more steps. Oji-san. Stop it. Ouga. Already, a blue bat laurel was forming around him. Miyabi dashed towards him, grabbing onto his back, but the lost boy was too far gone to notice. Ryuga, pleaded Akan. Stop it. Do it. Do it for me. The juggernaut paused, then turned around. Hey Akan. His eyes lost their killer glint, and his features softened. Saotome took a deep breath and shook his head to clear it. The blue key energy flickered, then faded to nothing. Miyabi let go of her ankle, and ran sobbing out of the room. Miyabi! Wait! Akan began to call to her, but Ryuga stopped her, putting a hand on her shoulder. I think she needs to be alone for a bit, he said. I know how she feels. Akan nodded. Miyabi ran as fast as her legs could carry her. Up the stairs, into her mother's room, out the window, and finally onto the dojo roof. Why did things have to be this way? Mom and Dad fighting all the time and telling one another that they hated each other, and Ryuga-san trying to kill Dad. She'd heard about all this, but it had never quite sunk in. In her time, her parents teased each other more physically than others, true, and it usually involved heavy property damage. But no one was ever really emotionally hurt. Ryuga was happy with Yukayu, and their rivalry was little more than an old boys' friendly bickering. Supercharged, martial arts bickering, but bickering nonetheless. Here, everything was so much more serious, and the feelings. No one seemed truly happy. She still couldn't believe that her parents would pretend not to love each other. It was obvious that they did. This wasn't her time. This wasn't her place. Miyabi wanted to go home. Wiping her tears with a finger, and brushing loose strands of hair out of her face, she looked at the sky. No stars to wish on tonight. Only the moon. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. The moon was surrounded by a watery halo, and dark clouds blocked the starlight. It would rain tonight. Childra looked down. It was getting late, and the Saotome boy still hadn't shown up. Despite his big talk about responsibility and proper times, she was beginning to get the feeling that he'd stranded them here. Not that that'd be a bad thing, not entirely. Even with the changes in this timeline, her knowledge of history should allow her to amass a fortune with a few well-placed bets and investments. Nothing so far had shown her that the invention of the Havoc car would go any differently than it had before, for instance, and if she managed to buy some of that stock before the big rush. Forget it. That Ryo fellow was right about one thing. This wasn't where she was meant to be. It might be fun for a little while, with all the most important figures in her time being young and romantically frustrated. But after that, heck, she hadn't even begun. She'd seen the Kunu mansion from afar, and hadn't even tried to get in. The only person she'd even slightly warmed up to was Ishido. She smiled. The boy was nice. Shy? Yes. Inexperienced? Yes. But he was courteous, maybe even chivalrous. She might settle for a tryst with him, she decided, especially if she wasn't going back. One of the attractions of her hit list was that the liaisons would have no repercussions upon her, or her reality. But if this was to be her reality, she had to find that locket. Now, Childra reached automatically for her machete, then remembered that she'd lent it to Rat. Strange that Mr. Nervous Nabiki should even think of handling a weapon, let alone want to train with it. Where'd he left it, anyhow? He'd certainly not taken it on their little trip, and if he'd lost it, oh, well, her boat was, then, some kind of weapon would be needed. When Saotome realized that that piece of silver was more than a curse. All the possibilities. Unlimited, unregulated time travel. Scratch that. ALTE travel. Just like in Shakespeare. Jumping your times, turning the accomplishments of many years into an hourglass. Last time she saw him, He claimed to want to be rid of it. His absence told another story. Apparently, he'd finally recognized its true worth. Even if he hadn't, he wouldn't be too hot on giving it to her, and she had to own it. Just the thought of it. No more paperwork. No more years of waiting for a 20-minute time trip. And this fool was going to either destroy the locket, or keep it for his own uncultured, untaught self. Only a historian should be allowed to have it. Someone who knew exactly how best to use it. Someone like her. No sweat. All she had to do was find him, take the artifact, by force, if need be, and, well, she wasn't exactly sure what she'd do then. She had all the other reality jumpers to deal with. She'd think of something. First priority was to find him. If he's still in this alternity, all else would follow. If she remembered correctly, he'd gone off. In that direction. Jansen plucked her bow out of hammer space, and began to walk. Leaving. A voice behind her. Male. She turned. It was Ishido. I'm concerned about Ryo. I am too. Somehow, I just don't buy his story about being a Gosankuzi. The other Ryo. As for that one, trust me, fun, with that figure, he is a Gosankuzi. Ishido sighed. I suppose you're right, he said. But, you shouldn't go off alone like that. It's just not safe. It came out rather quickly, in a single stream of speech. Oh? Low Eyes was worried about her. Childra grinned. Chalk one up in his favor. Why not? She asked. Well, it's dark, and I like it dark. I'm not fooling around. His face began to twist itself with anger, then suddenly stopped. He shook his head, as if to clear it, and spoke in a much softer tone. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Childra blinked. Sorry? I'm sorry I shouted at you. I just don't want you hurt, okay? You're only one person, and we don't know this place, and here I thought you didn't like me. She smoothed her hair and walked towards him, hips swaying and body twisting in her most seductive fashion. Wolfie began to sweat, and backed up. It's not that. We're all in the same boat, and I can't allow any of us to get hurt. Jansen stopped. Cha, indeed. My point exactly, she said. Saotome's run off, and we need him more than anyone else. Therefore, she twirled her bow and turned back towards the path. I'm going to go find him. She started down the road. Wait. Ishido raised his hand, trying to stop her. Right on time. Yes? I'll go with you. I thought you'd never ask. Unfortunately, this is one trip I can't take you on, much as I'd enjoy a moonlight stroll with you. It's best that I go alone. Why? Well, think, Childra, think. You can't bloody well tell him it's because you want to steal the locket. Someone should stay here, just in case Rad or Ryo either one of them shows up. What about Miyabi? She'll be too busy with her family to notice. Right. Ishido shuffled his feet. I'll stay here, then. and watch out for the others. Jansen smiled. Good. I'll see you when I get back. I'll be here. I certainly hope so. I really do. She twirled her bow and started on the road, with Ishido watching as she disappeared into the darkness. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This time alone had been good for her. Ever since she'd arrived here, it had been nothing but meet this person, meet that person, let your parents know your fate. Not to mention having to deal with that real pervert. It made Miyabi sick to think that she might have his and a half-brother as that. Now she'd had time to collect her thoughts. It didn't make her feel any more comfortable, but at least she'd managed to calm down. Somewhat. She'd needed the rest, the break from the action. Now she was relaxed, and might be able to talk to her parents without shouting at them, or sending them flying across the room. Miyabi? Huh? Someone tapped her on the shoulder. She turned around, and saw her mother. Hi, Mom. Akan blushed slightly. It seemed she was still getting used to the idea that she might have a daughter. Are you alright? Yeah. I just needed to be by myself for a while. That's all. Ranma and I were talking. Just talking? Miyabi smirked. You've been doing a lot more than that, least while I've been here. Hitting each other, shouting, saying you don't like one another. I'm sorry. You have to realize that we just aren't used to thinking that that you might actually love each other. Akan blushed. Hi. Trust me. That changes a lot. Right now, all we know is that Ranma and I were engaged against our wills. We hardly even know each other. A pause. We still don't know each other all that well. So, when you walk in, I understand, Mom. Miyabi's eyes started to water. I'm sorry for shouting at you. It's just that seeing you two like this. You're my parents. Akan sat down next to her, and wrapped her arms around her future daughter. We'll try to behave, Miyabi. The Tendu girl's eyes twinkled. That's such a nice name. You chose it, Mom. A drop of rain touched Akan on the nose. It's beginning to rain. Is it okay for you to? Miyabi grinned. I don't have a curse, Mom. You wouldn't let Dad do anything as dumb as that. I'm glad. She smiled. I'd like to go inside. Oh. Just because I don't turn into a guy doesn't mean I like getting wet. Hi. Let's go into my room. Kasumi's made some tea and cookies, and she twiggled her fingers. There's a lot I'd like to know about. About you and Dad? Her mother nodded. There's a lot I'd like to tell you. More drops came, and it began to drizzle. Let's go, then, daughter. With a smile, the two girls climbed down, and through the open window into Akan's room. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Curse you, Saotome. Because of you, I have scrubbed the inside of a pot. The white earth surrounding Radiko went well with the decor in the kitchen. There were some dirty dishes, many stacks of clean ones, and a sink in between the two piles, all laid out on a white-tiled counter and surrounded by cream-colored walls and floor. "Are you done with the dishes?" asked Yukayu from the main room of Ukens. "Almost, great-grandmother. Almost. I will finish cleaning them. In this, I will not fail. Yar. Okay. Just tell me when they're clean and I'll pay you what I promised." "I can find you a job," Nabiki had said. "No qualifications needed, and in a few hours, you'll be able to raise enough money to pay for my dinner." What Perdita had failed to mention was the fact that he'd be pearl diving at his ancestors' restaurant. The shame of the situation was almost past compare. And yet, it was a dishonor that had to be endured. Nabiki held all the evidence, and if his plot was revealed, best not to think about that. Only a few minutes, and the last lock was rinsed and set out to dry. "Great-grandmother, I'm finished." Yukai walked in, wiping her hands on her apron. "I wish you wouldn't call me that. It makes me sound like cologne." "I apologize, ancestress." Quanji's face faltered. "Just call me Yukayu, okay? You're older than I am." "Very well, Yukayu." The woman inspected the work he'd done. "Not bad. Not bad. First time, you say? Hi. Then you really earned your paycheck." She dug into her pockets and pulled out a few bills. "Here you go. Should be more than enough to pay for your dinner with Nabiki." Yukayu suppressed a giggle as she handed the money to Radiko. "Arigato. Don't mention it. You might want to leave soon." "Oh. It's already started to rain, and it looks like it'll only get worse." Radiko froze. Rain? Rain? Why? Is something wrong?" There was a pause, in which neither said anything. Then, Quanji noted the boy's expression. She'd seen it before. "Wait. Don't tell me you have a curse like Ronshin's." Radiko nodded grimly. "You also turn into a girl?" "I wasn't that lucky. Sorry. I don't want to talk about it," he said softly, and looked away. "Could you lend me an umbrella?" "Sorry. I seem to have lent the last one out." "Oh, dear, dear, dear. Whatever are we going to do?" It was impossible to miss the sarcasm dripping from Yukai's mouth. Then again, this was a Hibiki. "But if it's raining, then I can't. Could I use the phone to call Nabiki?" "Hi." Yukai grinned, and gestured at the wall-mounted set. "Be my guest. I'll go back and serve the customers." With that, she left back to the main eating area. Ryoraku pulled the scrap of paper Nabiki had given him out of his pocket and dialed the number for the Tendu-doju. It was only a few rings before he got through. "Tendu-doju, Nabiki speaking. This is Radiko. Did you get the cash?" "Yes." "Good. I'll meet you at that French restaurant in 15 minutes. "I'm afraid I can't. We made a deal. If you want to call it off, I can always tell Ryuga. He's here right now, you know." "No. Don't. What I mean is," he growled, "it's raining. Raining? And you can't go to the restaurant because..." For a full minute, nothing but laughter came from the other end of the line. Another hibiki, and he's also cursed. I can't believe it. This is just too funny. I don't think so. You wouldn't, would you? Mumber, so, what spring do you fall into? I'd rather not talk about it. If you don't talk, asterisk I asterisk underscore will underscore. Spring of attractive brown female bat, he said, as quickly as he could manage it. You must be joking. I wish I were. More laughter. For 2 minutes, this time. Could you get a taxi to take us there? Why don't you order the cab, rat? I don't have enough money for both that and dinner. Sorry. Can't help you there. You're the one who has to pay for this. I refuse to put in a cent when I don't have to. How are we supposed to eat then? You're at Lucan's, northeast. Hi. But, so we'll eat there. Yukai's a good cook. I don't mind. But she's my great-grandmother. Then you're keeping the cash in the family. I'll walk over there. Shouldn't be too long. Click Radico hung up. Get everything sorted out. Yukai called from the main room. Nabiki wants us to eat here. Fine by me. He walked into the dining area. It was empty. Where are all the customers? Dinner hours are mostly over. The proprietress of the restaurant glanced nervously at the sign hanging on her window. Oh, I don't know much about these things. When I'm at home, the cook makes us dinner, and at the unit's cafeteria eating all the way, so I don't get much of a chance to go to restaurants. I see. What I'm wondering is how I'll be able to get food after tonight. I figure you don't have need of a full-time dishwasher. Tell you what, since you're eating here, and you are related to me, she said with a slight reluctance, dinner tonight is on me, and you can keep the cash. As for the other, you're free to work here as long as you need to. I can use the help. Arigato, great-grandmother. Yukai. I'm sorry. Yukai. It's alright. She smiled. When did Nabiki say she'd be here? In a few minutes. She's walking over. Take a seat, then. It shouldn't be long. Radiko sat himself at one of the tables, and waited. Nabiki hung up the phone. Everything was going as planned. She'd kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Yukai would get her information, and she'd get her free dinner. Behind her, in the living room, her father and Saotome-san were trying to comfort a distraught Ranma. Predictably, they weren't having much success. Poor Ranma was upset that he'd got Nakan and Miyabi angry, and all that those 2 could do was remind him how great everything would be once he married her little sis. Nabiki rolled her eyes. Just as well she was leaving. Things were going to get ugly. "Hi, Daddy," she shouted, as she pulled her trench coat from the closet. Soon poked his head out. "Where are you going, Nabiki?" "I have a date. With Radiko." "Hibiki?" "Hi. We're eating at Lucan's, and probably won't be back till late." "You You're dating that. Him. Full waterworks. It'll be alright, Daddy. You'll see. Nabiki smiled. My little girl. W-H. Goodbye, Father. She snuck out before he could grab her, pulling her coat around herself as she walked into the rain. Nabiki managed to walk only a block or two before she had to stop for a red light. What passed her, oh, was no ordinary stream of cars. Mikado Sanzanin, the skater, was being pursued by a cackling Kodakai, wielding a ribbon and in full gymnast's garb. She, in turn, was being chased by Yappao's eyes. Nabiki sighed, and waited for the light to turn green. Asterisk 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 Jansen could feel the presence following her, but the darkness and the trees' obscuring branches made it impossible to make anything out visually. Now and then, she would pause in mid-step, and might be rewarded with the careless cracking of a twig, but when she turned to find her pursuer, she was always left in the dark. Blast it, she thought. It'd be just the thing if Saotome was looking for me at the same time that I was after his locket. If he thinks he's going to get anything from me. Oh. Childra fingered her bow, then smiled. Well, anything having to do with time travel, anyway. A new sound. Breathing. He's grown more audacious. Now he's close enough to hear. Just come closer, lad. Just try it. The sounds grew louder, and she was able to feel his body warmth impinging on her own. Years of dealing with men had led her to know when a hand was about to be placed on her, and at this moment. Oh, no you don't. Childra pulled out her bow and swung it in a neat horizontal parabola, finally connecting behind her with the head of Ishido. The amnesiac rubbed his jaw and worked it tentatively. It was still attached. Barely. He grinned sheepishly and waved. Hi, Childra. I told you to stay at the dojo. I know. But he clenched and loosened his fists, trying to find a way to explain. It's just not right to leave you alone. I mean, Ryo's as much my concern as he is yours. I should help look for him. Jansen sighed. Great. Now what am I supposed to do? Looks like I'll have to genuinely search for Saotome. Can't go for the locket with low eyes around, and her thoughts were disrupted by a cackling sound making its way through the drizzle. At laugh. Please tell me it's not. Give me back my Ranma. What the? Ishido was startled. Ranma-sama? No. It can't be. Just a coincidence. Deity, let it be a coincidence. Jansen strained her eyes, trying to make sense out of the blurs of movement which the faint moonlight allowed her to detect. Figures approaching. 2, 3. A closer look. 2.5. All doubts were precipitously settled when Mikado bumped into Childra at about Mach 2 while running away from Kodakai, who developed a sudden interest in wolf boys. Yappao's eye just grinned. Ho 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 ha. I see you have come to your senses, and finally led the Black Rose to where you've been keeping my darling Ranma. Ranma? Where? Ishido looked around him. I think she means you, dear, answered Jansen, never taking her eyes off the skater. For that matter, Sanzanin never took his eyes off her. Come to me, my Ranma. I'm not her enemy. No use pretending, my darling. Kodakai advanced, step by measured step. Ishido grit his teeth and backed away at the same pace. If anything could bring his programming back, this situation could, and he wasn't about to let Cologne's cure be undone. What are you staring at, Cubby? Asked Childra. Why you? Of course, said the skater. I am powerless to resist your beauty. Allow me a single kiss. What? I yearn to touch your lips with mine, to hold you in my arms so I may say that I have truly lived. That's the best offer I've had since I've been here. And if I leave Kodakai alone with low eyes, it's quite possible she'll find a way to bring him out of that blasted shell of propriety he keeps himself in. Just a minute, Fawn. She called to the Kuntu. Kodakai? Who dares interrupt me in the middle of my time with Ranma-sama? Take a closer look at him. He doesn't look like Ranma, does he? Kodakai squinted her eyes, trying to make out Ishido's features in the moonlight. You're right. But, see? Said the wolf. I told you. It's because he's had a spell put on him, continued Jansen. And Ishido barely avoided a face fault. Ranma Saturday. The female Ranma has bewitched him so that he will not regain his true form or memories until he has been one of body with an appropriate woman. Childra, what do you think you're doing? You can't let this happen to me. Of course not, she winked. That's why I'm trying to get help for you, or enemy. Then, to the Kuntu, if no one kisses him, he'll turn into a frog. What's going on? Asked Mikado, clearly very confused. Children hushed him. I always knew my brother had it backwards. Of course it's that leotard insect who performs the black magic. My beloved is too great to sink to such depths. She nodded her head to the historian. Thank you for the information. A glint in her eyes, and a wicked smile. Ranma-sama will be back to his glorious self in no time. Ishido began to move away, preparing to bolt, but the black rose was not caught unawares, and ensnared him in her strongest ribbon, that attached herself to him. There were no screams. From past experience, she had learned to pass one loop of her weapon through the victim's mouth, as a gag. Have fun, you two. Jansen smiled, and turned to Mikado. Now, about the United States. A sly wink. Are you sure all you want is a kiss? Sanzanin's jaw dropped and his eyelids went into spastic convulsions. What did you say? Children shrugged. I'm a lonely girl, and you. Well, the look on her face said it all. Her index finger pointing towards a nearby wooded area said more. The skater laughed, and held his hands in an expression of triumph. I knew it. Even older, beautiful women like you are helpless before me. What? Jansen thought she could hear Ishido giggle from under Kodakai. No one can withstand the might of Mikado Sanzanin, for when he ventures to cast his line, he always reels in a carp. Excuse me. The drops of rain froze around her mouth as she spoke. I am not helpless. Oh, poor dear. Of course I shall satisfy your desires. From henceforth you may say proudly to the world that you have been the paramour of the greatest Amandi since Don Juan Tenorio. That does it. Childra pulled her bow out once again and held it ready at her side. So, you think you'd hit third base? Huh? How about a home run? Grasping the staff with both hands at one end, she swung the other into Mikado's midsection, propelling him against the trunk of a nearby tree and turning the would-be Casanova into an unconscious pile of flesh. People who mess with woman's lust go very hard place. All this time, Kapo's eyes had been sitting forgotten in the shadows, waiting for the inevitable moment when one of the two beauties would become available. The skater was stunned, and Childra was alone. Kapai glomped her. Hey! She shouted. Get off of me. Pretty lady. Pretty lady. He brought his head in her chest. What is this thing? I don't like it. Take it off. Take it off. Take it off. Take it off. Shouted Kodakai, pulling and tugging, trying to tear the clothes off her unwilling lover without untying him. Ishido managed to twist his head from within Kodakai's bonds far enough to see the scene. Being confused for Ranma, he could understand, under the circumstances. Being bound by ribbons, he could take. Finding himself under a beautiful, albeit crazy young woman who was dead set on making him lose any purity he might have left, he might even learn to enjoy. But to have that letter doing those things to Childra. The wolf's eyes began to glow red. Ranma-sama, what's wrong? Is it the spell? You seem a bit. The ribbons burst. You never cease to impress me with your strength. He tossed her off without a thought, leaving her stunned on the pavement, then rushed to his fellow reality jumper. Children saw him come, turning away briefly from her struggle to pull the ancient martial artist off of her, and noticed the glow in his eyes. Ishido? What's happened to you? No answer. Instead, when he was close enough, a single cry, "R-O-U-S-O-U-Ken." His fist was surrounded by a glowing energy, which coalesced into a paw-shaped form. He swung once, and connected, turning Hapao's eye into Sputnik eye. Jansen relaxed, and wiped her brow clear of sweat and rain. Thanks, Ishido. I had no idea that. Oh. It seemed that Logi's wasn't quite finished. He now set his sights on his erstwhile companion, a predatorial smile filling his face. Snap out of it. You're scaring me. Just in case, the historian grabbed her a weapon. I don't want to hurt you, Ishi. But I don't know what's come over you, and if you try to fight me. He was breathing strong breaths, each half audible, and his fists were clenched at his side. Ishido's crimson eyes were focused straight on Childra's green ones. He swung. She flinched, and prepared to strike back. The fist vaulted inches from her head. He would not hurt her, after all. As she looked down, amazed, the twisted animal's visage smoothed into that of the man she knew, and his blood-hued eyes cleared into a perfect violet. Ishido froze and looked around him, as if he couldn't quite believe what he'd just done. He shook his head and framed it with his hands, as if in some great pain. Jansen reached out to comfort him, but he refused her touch. Oh, God. Childra. Aye, he broke and ran, the glow completely gone. Tears streamed from his face and mixed with the drops which fell from the sky at an ever-increasing rate. Ishido, wait. Jansen raised the hand to stop him, but it was too late. He was gone, and she was once again alone. She gave the scene a cursory glance, barely noticing Kodakai and Mikado lying on the ground. Her heart and mind were elsewhere. I suppose I'll have to go back to the dojo, and let them know these two are here. They can send some of the men to pick them up and take them to the clinic. It's not like it's any use trying to get the locket now. She walked away, dragging her boat on the ground behind her, as the drizzle grew into a downpour. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. The raindrops fell harder upon the roof of Ukens, making Radiko sink deeper into his chair. There was no way out of this one, at least not while it was wet out. He was stuck on a date with a monster, and he'd just have to grin and bear it. If you keep doing that to your face, it'll stay that way. Well, maybe not exactly grin. He had to admit, that for a fiendish adulteress, murderess and bogeyman, Nabiki made an awfully cute 17-year-old. I was trying to relax, he said. Nabiki waved away the wisps of smoke coming from where the booth seat came in contact with his gray batlora. So I see. My booth. Yukai let her spatula fall to the floor. Who's going to pay for it? Don't worry, Kwanji. I'll cover it. Radiko blinked. She was going to help him out. With money? Don't look so surprised, continued his sworn enemy. After all the information you've given me, she patted a notebook lying on the table. It's the least I can do. Arigato, Nabiki. Yukai smiled and bent down to pick up her utensil. Radiko blushed and looked away. Something wrong, Rat? What? You haven't touched your okonomiyaki yet. They're not as good cold, you know. She was right. Oh, well, since he'd paid for it by washing dishes, he might as well try one. And it was his great-grandmother's cooking, after all. And it was his great-grandmother that he'd been. He blushed again, a deeper red this time, and tried to break off a piece of the taco-tomato-yaki asterisk. It burned to a crisp on contact. Asterisk taco-tomato-yaki equals an okonomiyaki with egg and octopus. Maybe you'd better calm down before digging in. Key and cookery don't mix. Hi. Ryoraku closed his eyes and breathed deeply. In a few seconds, The glow was gone. He poked the disc of batter tentatively and was relieved to find that all it did was sink slightly under his touch. They weren't kidding about great-grandma's cooking, he thought as he munched on the delicacy. This has got to be the best I've had. There were a few moments of silence, in which all the two women did was watch him eat. Thinking about something? Asked Nabiki. Well, actually, a lot of things. Like how he was able to speak to her in a half-rational tone, after what he'd been trained to think, after everything Obasan had taught him to feel. Go on. Mostly about you. His date put up her hand. If you're going to go on again about how I'm supposed to kill Kasumi and blow up the dojo, forget it. I don't know what world you're coming from, Rabbi baby, but it sure as heck ain't this one. But that's what I'm trying to say. Rabiko scratched the back of his head. You're not exactly what I expected. Oh. Nabiki arched an eyebrow, and took a bite of her own E/10. I always expected Perdita would have fangs to suck blood with, and big claws, and red glowing eyes. Far from red, her eyes seemed to twinkle. It was a minute before she had the laughter enough under control to speak again. Funny HIDIK, I should be worried about fangs. She grinned, then added, then again, he's also got Kwanji in him. Yukaiu simply started another okonomiyaki on the griddle and pretended not to hear. And as you can see, she leaned closer to him. My eyes aren't red. Rabiko couldn't help but to see that. Her pupils were directly in front of his own. And my fingernails. She raised her hands and brought them to his face, are no longer than yours. Nabiki ran an index finger down his cheek. Raraku gulped, and turned crimson. And I'm not bloodthirsty. Not quite. Now I'm thirsty for something else. Moving her face a few millimeters closer to his own was all that was needed to cause his weak capillaries to burst again. Yukaiu, think you could bring me some red wine? Rabiko's face faltered. Perdita merely laughed and handed him a facial tissue from her purse, with which he cleaned his face before adding it to the already large pile beside him. Here you go, said the proprietress cheerfully, as she set down the bottle and two glasses on their table. Nabiki filled them to the rim and raised hers up. A toast, she said, to the golden future which your information combined with my financial expertise is going to make possible. She tossed back her hair and prepared to down the beverage. Her companion didn't move. I don't drink, he explained. What? I never have. It's just not my type of thing. After looking startled for a second, Nabiki put down her glass and acquired the look. Raraku had learned to fear it in a kurane, and on his bogeyman's visage it looked many times worse. Someone was in for it, and he had the feeling it was him. You must toast, said Perdita. Isn't that so, Yukaiu? The cook smiled and nodded. I'm sorry. Maybe some water. Some cold water, perhaps. Nabiki smirked. Very funny. You'll have the wine. But, no buts. She pulled the test tube from her bosom and waved it for a bit before setting it down under her. I may not drink blood, but there's many other things I can do with it. Haven't you given him enough nosebleeds, Nabiki? Yukayu giggled. Not yet. But that's not what I had in mind. Oh? What were you thinking of, then? Should I tell her, rat? Raraku tailed. No. Wait. He reached for the bottle. I'll toast. I'll drink. Just don't do it. I'm so glad you. Before she could finish, Radiko had chugged half the bottle. Top came to your senses. This isn't as bad as I thought it would be, he said, somewhat woozily, after a few minutes. Then, he drank the other half. Ranma sat cross-legged and looked outside at the rain falling into the Duja garden. It was dropping as quickly as his spirits. Why couldn't he just learn to shut his mouth? Every time he opened it, something like this would happen. And now how can, and am I YBI? Janma slapped an arm around him. Ranma, son, your happiness is assured. Yeah, right. Just what he needed. Bad enough without pots turning into Mr. Ecstasy. You have a bright future ahead of you. Soon's arm, from the other direction. I must be wearing sunglasses. Your daughter loves you. She hates me. She doesn't like how you don't love Akan, Ranma, said Kasumi, taking a break from washing dishes. Huh? Well, you and her father, Ranma, she explained with a smile. She's just upset at seeing you two fight. Maybe if you two were together in a more. That's it, Tendu-kun. Janma slammed fist against palm. What is it, Saotome? We must help our granddaughter. He turned to his son. Ranma, tonight you and Akan will sleep together. Now wait a minute. For Miyabi's sake, shouted Soon, clutching his future son-in-law and pouring tears onto the ground. You can't expect me to. Oh, my. Son, listen to me. You and Akan are engaged, and Miyabi is proof that you love each other enough to. I get the picture, Pop. Oh, he got it all right. A nice little portrait of the old man as a panda being sent to the Tokyo Zoo. But there ain't no way I'm sleeping with her. Father, said Kasumi. I think they're still a bit young to. Ryuga stood from where he'd been reclining against the wall. Maybe you're just not man enough for it, Ranma. Who are you to talk? When we get down to it that way, think she'd settle for you. Ryuga paused for a moment after the statement, then his face twisted itself into an inhuman shape. His mouth tightened into a straight line, and his eyes assumed a cold, determined look as he took slow steps towards the martial artist. There is one question, he said, which I must ask you before I will hear any more of your ill treatment of Akan. Well? Ryuga winced and briefly put a hand to his stomach. Where is the washroom? Ranma face faltered, then laughed. Ooh, you. P-chan have to go potty. It's not funny. Been eating Akan's cooking again, haven't ya? No. It's... oh, my. I hope it wasn't my dinner. And don't call me P-chan. The eternal lost boy raised his umbrella, but stopped in mid-swing to clutch his abdomen. Aye, Kasumi pointed the way to the bathroom. It's that way, Hibiki-san. Thank you, Kasu. Asterisk. Not waiting any longer, the boy became a blur of yellow as he bolted. In the wrong direction. You idiot. The bathroom's that. Ranma was too late. Oh, well. I guess he'll find a bush, or something. Now, about me and Akan. From just outside the dojo, an all-too-familiar voice yelled out, Saotome, thou girl. I have come to avenge those women whom you had defiled in your depravity, and most especially the most beautified I can tend to. That's an ill phrase, muttered Ranma to himself. Beautified is a vile phrase. Fantastic. Now he had a ticked-off book and boy to deal with. Oh, I don't have time to listen to this. Kasumi, go tell him to leave, will ya? Are you sure, Ranma? He seems awfully interested in seeing you. I'm kinda busy right now. Kasumi shrugged and walked to the front door. She opened it slightly, spoke a few brief words, then walked back. Well, I told him you didn't want to see him. And you cowardly corrupter of the fair sex. Let him in, or I shall be forced to huff, and puff, and turn this door to splinters with mine own two hands. Huff and puff and blow the house down. Ranma smirked. If he's looking for a little pig, who knew's about a minute too late. What shall we do? Asked Kasumi. He'll demolish the dojo. Shouted Soon. None. He's too honorable for that. Just let him be. At worst we'll have to listen to his shoot until he gets tired of getting wet. Besides, I've got to get ready for tomorrow. Tomorrow? Ranma scratched his chin. What's going on tomorrow? Isn't it obvious, Saotome? He's planned the wedding for then. Those guys never gave up. Now, look here. He told them, waving his finger. I ain't marrying that tomboy. A pause. Well, not yet, anyway. I just thought I'd. Ranma blushed, and twiddled his fingers. That's best done after marriage, Ranma, chided Kasumi gently. If you are that eager for. Well, it was her turn to color. Perhaps it's best to get the ceremony over with. What did I do to deserve this? All I'm gonna do is visit my mother. That last sentence echoed through the dojo, the only other sound being that of a dish breaking as it fell from Kasumi's hands. Son, said Ranma gravely, his face a pasty white, sweat-covered bored of anxiety. Tell me that this is a joke. I'm not fooling, Pop. I know it's been a bit hard for you lately, but that's no reason to commit suicide. Who's committing suicide? You think that you can pass as a manly man? In this weather? Soon jumped in. He has a point, Ranma. It will not help your engagement to Akan to have a katana at your throat. Look, you two. Miyabi already spoke to Mum, and your daughter has spoken to Nodoka. The sweat was now dripping from Ranma's head onto the floor. Yeah, And Mom was all happy about how I could drag a child with that macho chick when I'm not even an adult, and, well, she agreed that that was proof that I was man enough for her. So, I'm visiting her tomorrow. You idiot. Ranma grabbed his son by the shoulders and shook him. Do you realize what you've done? What? How old is Miyabi? About 16, I guess. How old are you? Oh. What do you think will happen when she finally puts it all together? Eh? This was bad, thought Ranma. This was very bad. He already knew how much an obsession his mother had with honor. If she thought that they'd lied to her, and about the vow, even. Answer me, boys. Change of plans. Maybe I won't visit her, after all. Let's just hope she doesn't visit me. Everyone visibly relaxed, and Kasumi finished putting the ceramic shards into the trash can. All would be well, he hoped. So, he wouldn't be able to see his mom as a guy. No big deal. It's not like he'd been able to before. All he had to deal with now was that daughter of his. Which reminded him. Say, hasn't Kunyu been awful quiet? Asterisk 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 dot with mine own two hands. I wonder what else he can do with his own two hands, thought Childra to herself as she walked up to the dojo. It had been a rough few hours. She was wet, she was cold, and she was lonely. Saotome and the locket were off deity knew where. She'd gotten a geriatric dwarf stuck on her chest, and the only young male she'd had a chance with so far had tried to kill her, then bolted. Mind you, I wouldn't mind being punished by Ishido. Under the proper circumstances, of course. Oh, well. She shrugged. If I can't have low eyes, the big bad wolf will have to do. Smiling, Jansen wrung her hair and plastered her wet shirt against her skin, using every trick she knew to enhance her appearance. It wouldn't do, after all, to be anything but utterly ravishing when she approached the global savior. Just wait till Venom hears about this. Is something wrong, Tatewaki? She walked up to him, as he continued to pound ineffectively on the front door. Who dares to address the Blue Thunder in such a tone, when he is, unto? Childra grinned. The wet shirt had worked, all right. Just as soon as the poor boy had turned around. What seems to be the problem, lad? Here she used the cat tongue to smooth her speech, a technique quite different from its joked Suzuka counterpart. I have come to avenge the defiling of the wondrous Tenduakan by the sorcerer Saotome. Oh, really? How noble of you. She looked at the door. They won't let you in. She grinned and ran a finger down his cheek. How nasty of them to leave out in the rain like this. Her index finger moved from his face to her lips, and she licked off the water that she'd gathered, while Kunyu looked on shocked. Who? What art thou? Just someone who, Childra pressed against him, would open up for you. For a minute, she thought she'd gotten the wrong man when the Kunyu turned as red as a hibiki. Only for a minute, oh. Then, He raised his book above his head and shouted, "Away! Away, foul demons! Back to the hellfire from whence you have sprung! Be rid of this plane, pollute it no more with your temptress's form, for I know you to be a succubus sent by the Black Wizard to distract me from my true goal." And she stopped his wooden sword and whispered in his ear, "That would be a bad thing." Touche take walk he relaxed, and even began to quiver slightly. Not a monk, yet if ever, in this reality, but she was willing to bet he was just as pure here as in her own time. Guys like this didn't usually get picked up, and with good reason. For the novelty, oh, she was willing to go through with it. Kunio slowly regained his composure and nonchalantly brushed her knee from where she'd placed it in between his thighs. He cleared his throat. "I would allow you to." Behind her. A noise. Saotome. "Just a second, Fawn." But the Blue Thunder, poet laureate, at a loss for words. "I must have made quite an impression. Maybe I wasn't the only one whose spirits were lifted. Now, to find Ishido." His violet eyes met hers briefly, and she could swear that she saw a film of water forming over them. But before she could be certain, he turned his face from her and once again prepared to run away. "I'm not letting him get away now." Childra shoved Kunio back and jumped to Lobisamon's side, using her bow to trip him flat onto the ground, face first. She immobilized him with a knee on his back and took his head in her hand. "You've got quite a bit of explaining to do, lad." Ishido tried to turn his head the other way, but she forced him to look at her. For someone who thought like that, he sure seems meek. "Now, I'm sorry." Sorry doesn't cut it. "Why did you attack me?" "Island. Is that why you followed me?" He can't be after the locket, can he?" "I didn't attack you," he growled. "Don't you see?" Excuse my interference, but I do believe that thou hast forgotten thine promise of an opening." "Quiet, Kunio. We're busy." Then, to Ishido, "You were saying?" "It's my programming. I can't help it. Seeing how I attached to you just HAPPOUSAI, then that's who I can." "Oh, deity. It made me lose control," he continued. "I didn't want to see you hurt. Not like that. Not by him. Didn't want to see me hurt, eh? I suppose that explains why you shoved a fist at my face." She pressed harder on his back. "But I stopped myself. I had to leave you. I'm too dangerous. I don't even know myself. How could I drag you into it?" He'd intentionally let off. She hadn't scared him away. And the reason that he was so easy to handle now was that Childra's vision blurred as her pupils were covered by a layer of tears. "Oh, Ishido." The two looked at each other as the rain fell noisily about them, each evaluating the situation. So many men she'd seen, so many men she'd felt, had shared her life and bed with, and only in a foreign world to find one who cared for her, who wanted to protect her, and even refused her other gifts when she had offered them. Why now? Why here, of all places? They had to talk. A lot. I'm hungry, she lied. How about some dinner? None. I hear ukens is good. Feel like okonomiyaki? Ishido blinked at the blue thunder, who was still staring at the pair in what seemed to be a state of utter confusion. What about him? I thought you two. Kunu can wait. My stomach can't. I don't have any money. I'll pay. You have cash? I thought you were from the future. I had my ways. She winked at him. Ishido blinked, looking somewhat skeptical. Are you sure she's that type of girl? Childra laughed and poked him on the nose. And I'm paying in currency. The two stood still for another minute. Well? Asked Jansen. What are you waiting for? Could you get off my back? Oh. Childra blushed, stood up, and squeezed the excess water from her clothes. Searching around her jacket pockets, she found a pen and notepad and scribbled on a sheet while Ishido raised himself from the ground and tested his joints. Once finished, she slipped the note into a still immobile Kunu's robe, saying, "Would you please give this to someone in the dojo for me? Your sister and some pervert are knocked out, and need medical attention." Kunu nodded. "Oh, yes," she added, "you might want to see the doc, as well. Looks like you'll be coming down with pneumonia." Another nod. Her conscience cleared. She placed her hand in Ishido's own and started off towards the okonomiyaki. ***************************************************************** What do you mean? I destroy any Rima. The first sight facing Childra and Ishido as they entered Ukens was that of a girl in her late teens with flowing brown hair in a battle crouch, flaunting a 4-foot-long pancake flipper at someone hidden by a bamboo screen. Not that obscured the Spatuli's identity, of course. That fact was obvious to any time traveler with ears. Ishido? I think Radiko found his way here before us. That must be a first for him, mumbled Low Eyes, his mind elsewhere. Customers. The metallic weapon fell to the ground with a clang, and Yukayu rushed to meet the newcomers, smoothing her clothes and arranging her hair. Can I help you? Childra unzipped her jacket. No need to be all covered up, now that they were inside. Besides, it felt so tight. Table for two, please. Radiko's great-grandmother, this had to be her. The outfit, the weaponry. Besides, he had her eyes was looking a lot less comfortable than she had been a minute ago. Childra? Asked Ishido, looking at the proprietress nervously. Maybe we'd better go to that other place, Taneko. Jansen shushed him. Something odd was going on. The girl's eyes had widened, her jaw had dropped a few inches, and she was pointing a shaky finger at Childra's chest. Of course. That's all mine, dear. Ishido scratched his head and looked at his companion. I thought you said she wasn't that type of girl. Childra shrugged. Yukayu glared. I meant the bandolier, you jackass. The bandolier? Jansen blinked. That thing you have across your... Quanji frowned. Across your chest. The wrong way? Too. What about it? Where did you get it? You wouldn't believe me if I told you, dear. Why do you want to know? It's mine. Ishido cleared his throat. I seriously doubt that. Then explain this. Yukaiu sprang behind her counter and returned with something made out of leather. She stretched out her package. They're identical. I know they are. That's why I'm asking you where the heck you got yours. It's even got my markings on it. This thing's Quanji's. That means Sable must be HMM. Interesting. Am I correct in thinking that Hibiki Radical is behind that screen? Yukaiu looked startled. Hi. But how did you know? Jansen lowered her voice to a whisper. I'm sorry. I can't let him know we're here. Why no? Ishido began to ask, but was quieted when Childra poked him in the ribs. I think we'll be going to the Nakoyanan, after all. Good night. No. Wait. If it's his hearing anything you're worried about, I wouldn't be too concerned. Just stay. Please. I need to know about. You know. I mean, if you know about him, then. What do you mean? I shouldn't be concerned. Yukaiu grinned. He's drunk. She giggled. A Hibiki is drunk. Hi. In here? Uh-huh. She nodded her head. How did this happen? He came in on a date with Nabiki, and this couldn't be right. Childra shook her head, trying to get the water out of her ears. Hibiki asterisk was underscore dating underscore tendo underscore Nabiki underscore. I'm sorry, she asked. Could you say that again? I didn't quite catch it. She said, explained Ishido, that Radiko came here on a date with a Nabiki. She must have gotten him to drink. And I did. Nabiki stepped out from behind the screen. Great. Just what she needed. If this Nabiki was anything like the one she knew about, she had to be careful what she said around her, or she might be blackmailed into giving away information about the locket. How much did you hear? Enough to know you're from 2096, Nabiki answered coolly, then to want that Childra's chest. And to learn that you probably know quite a bit about Ryuken's future. If you've spoken to Rat, then you know our future's nothing like yours. The Quanji Yukaiu I know. Never mind that she's Hibiki Yukaiu. Where I come from is probably nothing like this one. We've heard the Destroy Nerima bit already, and the story where I'm supposed to be the bogeyman. Bad boy's somewhat loose with his tongue after a bottle of wine. Bad boy? If she'd managed to get that out of him, she was a better interrogator than Children had given her credit for. How drunk is he? Let me put it this way. Right now, he's whispering lewd comments to an invisible friend of his, called a pimp. Quite amusing, actually. At this, Childra couldn't help but giggle, and even the stoic Ishido cracked a smile. The way things stood, there didn't seem to be much harm in their staying. Even if she did blab more than she intended, Little of it applied to this here and now, and if that was really to come out to listen, that, in itself, offered almost unlimited entertainment possibilities. I guess we'll stay, she smiled. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Ryo opened his eyes slowly. His head was throbbing, and his eyes hurt, mostly because of the bright light. He couldn't see anything at all. What happened? He wondered, as he rubbed the back of his head. Where am I? But for the swirling of the wind around him, he felt nothing. As his vision cleared, he saw he was free floating in coils of blue energy, with him at the center. There was nothing else. Then suddenly a flicker of light appeared before him. He strained to reach forward, and the flickering became a glow, the shape of a small heart-shaped locket. The locket! Ryo struggled to grab it, but the locket was swirling around in the currents of the energy around him, always barely out of reach, above him, below him, around him. No. Please. I've gotta. In desperation, he lunged out, and a burning sensation hit his hand. He stared in horror as he saw blue flame burning in his palm, and the distinct color of metallic silver on a locket, melting into it. No. He tried to remove the locket, tried desperately to shake it off, even as it bonded to his flesh, becoming part of him. I don't want it. Not like this. Hey no. The blue eddies sped up violently, becoming a solid, bright sphere of blue around him. Suddenly Ryo found himself in a sidewalk, by a reservoir, and a tall metal fence, in a nice suburb, in Nerima. His Nerima. Ryo. Where have you been? Saotome. We thought you had been taken away by that barbarian woman. Ryo blinked, his eyes adjusting to the natural sunlight. Godai? Taichi. Is that you? Yeah, it's us. Godai glanced at Ryo with a questioning look. Are you feeling well, Ryo? Asked Taichi. I'm back. Startled, Ryo looked at the palm of his hand. It was empty, unscathed. No locket. No locket. Ryo felt himself soaring with elation. I'm free. I'm free. What happened to you? You disappeared chasing after that crazy Chinese girl. I'll tell you later, okay? Right now. Where's Belle-chan? I just really need to see her right now. What's the emergency? Ryo smiled. I just miss her. Come on, let's go. Grinning and laughing, he sprinted to Belle-chan's, his heart soaring. Ryo-kun, wait up. Godai and Taichi chased him, not far behind, into the sunset. Asterisk 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 asterisk. There's so much I want to tell you, but I can't. How could she put it into words? What she felt wasn't. It wasn't something you could go up and say to someone, especially someone you'd just met, and Childra felt ridiculous. Here she was, a proudly promiscuous woman in her 20s, feeling as jittery as a teenage virgin on prom night. And she wasn't even doing anything. Just staring. She was looking at him eating his okonomiyaki, tearing off the pieces and moving away his dark brown hair when it got in his eyes. She just wanted to hold him, to grab him and let him know just what he'd done. And, for the first time, she couldn't. Why not? Seldom did she sleep alone, after all. When she saw a man she liked, this was more than like. All those were hollow, somehow. The others filled her physically, made her feel alive, made her sense her heart beating against her chest by the weight of their own bodies upon hers. This one didn't. In fact, he had the opposite effect. Being with Ishido, she felt all solidity taken from her soul. She felt light and empty, and knew that she could be complete only by the addition of one thing, one being. Him. Why, then, didn't she reach out, press herself against him, force him to acknowledge she existed as more than an embarrassment, as more than one to whom he held a debt of honor? That, too, was answered, though Jansen hesitated to admit it. She'd tried, before or was it since? The problems that arose with traveling through time stopped, but Logi's was just not the kind to quickly become physical. Even if he were, she doubted that she could muster up the strength to approach him in that way, before he knew, before she told him. She now felt that her life before this had been wasted, that she'd spent her years in idle nonsense, ignorant of all that truly mattered. It didn't seem so at the time, but now. This was all so confusing. She toyed with her E by 10. Ishido. The violet eyes looked up, strands of blue-black hair falling before them. Yes. A panic. A sudden urge to run. Anywhere, away, somewhere where her old rules, her old values, her old life still applied. You, the great romancer, tongue-tied and bound in a predicament from which there was but one escape. The wolf looked down again. No, she cried inside. You have to see me. Notice me. Don't dismiss me. She needed to feel hunted, wanted that predatory gaze upon her. Even if he looked at her the way he had during that fight. Even that would be better than rejection. Rejection. She never thought she'd have to use that word, or that she'd feel its hammering so strongly on her soul. If it's about the incident, he spoke softly and slowly, carefully avoiding her all the while. I'm very sorry. It was beyond my control. Maybe I'd better leave you all. You, the Ryos and the others. With my memory, this world's as good as any other, maybe even better, and if I stay, I'll only hurt someone again. Was he crying? No. I want you to stay. He raised his face slowly, and she could see. He was crying. Please stay, she told him. For me. I want you to. But, Childra. She closed and opened her hand under the table, buying time while she made a choice. Odd, had to decide whether to make a single, simple movement should matter so much now, when just an hour back she'd been upon him in the mud. I'll do it. Tremulously, cautiously, she lifted her hand, and slid it across the table to meet Ishido's arm. Her heart beat hard against her sternum, and the blood within her jumped and danced, boiling in a heat more intense than a desert sun. Her fingers touched the brown cloth of his shirt, and that electrifying contact loosed her tongue, allowing her to say, "I need you to, Ishido." None of the eloquent speeches she'd used before, none of the vows, the flowery images of carp and stars, none of the everlasting promises of love she'd freely given out had ever caused her so much grief. This was a grief she'd willingly put up with, if she would. Time was passing, and her life, and there was no way to get it back. To turn it back was simple. She could travel through time, and with the locket, through realities, but to recapture it, or mold it, was not a thing within her grasp. She'd reached a turning point, and did not know which way the door would swing. One path brought something she thought she would never find: stability. The other, if it was the other she was destined for, she might as well apply to register as a Hibiki. Depression and loneliness would then be her lot. "Respond, Ishido. Please." Lobe-sama blushed, and stammered as he tried to speak. Yes, I'll stay," he finished. If you're sure you don't mind." Mind? Right now, her _mind_ was not quite operative, overflowed with buoyant feelings and with what? She was shaking, and she knew that he could see it, but she didn't care. He'd stay. Now, more than ever she longed to jump up, run and hug him, grasp him, and not let him go. To let him know that somehow, he was now a part of her, that if he ever left she would be incomplete. Yet, she restrained herself. 'Twas best to wait, and bide her time. "Of course I don't mind." Low eyes. She smiled. Not a lustful smile, not a crafted one, nor a smile meant to accomplish anything, but for the first time, an expression of pure joy. And then, she cried. Radical laughed hysterically. "You see, Opim, everything's upside down. The monsters are pretty, the dead are alive. Hey! Even my okonomiyaki is topsy-turvy." As Yukai watched, giggling, Reiraku took his taco tamayaki and flipped it. Squinting at it for a bit, and apparently realizing that it still wasn't quite right, he shrugged and plastered his face in the food. "Now it's all over my nose," he shouted. "And my cheeks." He looked up, suddenly serious. "Not that it matters." His eyes widened. "I'll be gone, soon, and then no one will be able to see it." Reiraku grabbed the yaki, and punched eye holes in it, wearing it as a mask. "We!" he cried. "We!" The baked octopus face turned to look at Kwanji. It stared. Yukai stared back. "A girl who can make such wonderful masks," said Reiraku slowly, "is surely a great treasure." Mental note, thought Yukai, giggling. Do not allow Ryuga to ever get near alcohol. Ever. Don't you think so, Opim? Radiko stared into empty space for a few seconds, as if listening to someone. A few frowns, a cock of the head or two, then a final, reluctant nod. Open, he explained to the others, says he prefers the chest to the treasure. I would have to agree. Yukayu colored. She was sure that she could see a wolfish grin, even under the Friday batter. Now, Ratty baby, tell us again why we can't see this open. Thanks, Nabiki. Anything to get him off that train of thought. Radiko cackled and threw his hands up, letting his food fall to the ground. Great. Another mess to clean up. He's my bully. The boy shouted. A parrot? A bat? Because I washed my hair today. Huh? Ho 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 ha. He mentioned Asuka and his lineage, but right now Kodakai seemed like a more likely candidate. Your hair looks nice. Yukayu felt she had to say something and clean. But what does that have to do with? Why, thank you. Radiko struck the model's pose and froze, shaking his head and muttering to himself for a few seconds like a man half mad. At length he closed his eyes. When he opened them again, they had a different glint to them. Not a cold or harsh one, like Nabiki's, noted Yukayu, nor the light of righteous sorrow that's shown always on Ryuga's face, but definitely one she had seen before. Maybe it was the rest of me's great as well, hissed Radiko. Oh. He was staring at her, and it wasn't at her face. Fuken, I think your great-grandson is... Nabiki didn't have to complete the sentence. Radiko was walking towards her, his soiled face sporting an unnatural grin. At least, he chuckled, at least now I know where I get my good looks from. You're quite the beauty, ancestress. This was getting scary. She'd seen people change after a few drinks, but this... Thanks. Great-grandson or not, if that jerk thought he was going to get a finger on her. Yukayu looked around her, considering her offensive options. If she could slide her foot under the handle of her large spatula. And it doesn't look like you and Ryuga are going to be getting together anytime soon. A brief flicker of black. That does not bode well for me. Then again, he can't be thinking that. He can't. She thought he was going to grab at her, but was he actually thinking of, if you want something done, you have to do it yourself. What? Nabiki herself tensed, this time. She'd been laughing at him before, but this looked serious. Must exist, no matter what, and if all it takes is for a Hibiki and a Kwanji too. You're not Ryuga. It's my only chance, now. I must. Nabiki prepared to smash her plate over his head, but Yukayu signaled her no. She had the right pivot position, her hands were in place. If he could only move forward a few steps. Besides, her descendant continued, you know what they say. He moved his right leg forward a few inches, steadying himself. The wine must really gotten to him. Vice is nice. Now the left. Incest is best. Come on. Just a little bit more. Put great-granny to the test. Just as she'd hoped, he lunged towards her. With one swift kick, she sent the large spatula's handle straight into her awaiting hand, and swung it fluidly to have the broad end plate connect with Raraku's head. "I guess I passed," said Yukayu, letting out a deep breath. If she hadn't gotten him just then, he might have. Not for long, but still. To think that her great-grandson, and he passed out. Nabiki shook her head. "Ratty baby, you're just as bad as Kuntu." She stretched out and yawned. "Well, Kwanji, I think it's time to go night-night." Yukayu blinked. "What?" "I'm tired, and it looks like your great-grandson won't be waking up soon. You do still have that room in the back, right?" "Well, yes, Nabiki, but great. Rat and I will need it for tonight." "And I? You aren't seriously thinking of..." How could she be? After what she'd just seen. "Don't worry about it. I'll take the rental off your bill." "Nabiki, have you gone crazy? You've already seen what? What a pervert this guy is." She kicked Raraku in the shins, eliciting only a small grunt from the unconscious heap. "And with that key thing of his, trust me." A slight smile. "Trouble for someone. I know what I'm doing." "All right. Spit it out. What are you up to? You aren't exactly the type of girl to go sleeping around with dangerous drugs." "Cause broke dangerous drugs." "He's not broke." "Not exactly. Think of it this way, Kwanji. Rat's already given me this much information about the future, right?" She held up the notebook she'd filled. "Why yes. A future, he tells us, where my investments end up becoming a fortune. Hi. And he gave me that much info only because I threatened to tell on him. Works for everyone else you blackmail. Now, he probably won't remember anything about tonight, since he's sloshed, to put it kindly. If he wakes up next to me tomorrow morning." Yukai's eyes went wide. You wouldn't." Nabiki grinned. "I would." She waved aside Kwanji's protests. "Not that way. I mean, just tease him. Let him think something's happened. Besides, this fellow's as bashful as Ryuga. Don't tell me you've never wanted to pull a prank like that on him. The nosebleed, the stammer. He's just asking for it." Well, the chef blushed. She had thought about it, on more than one occasion, but Yukayu growled as she remembered what had almost happened. "He's asking for it, all right. Nabiki, I'm calling the police." The Tendu girl smiled. "To tell them about those okonomiyaki bombs you've been making? Or the time you assaulted Inako, when you thought she was hitting on Ranma? She can still press charges, you know." Yukayu blanched. "You wouldn't. Who do you think kept her from doing that in the first place? All I have to do is stop a few payments," and the okonomiyaki chef was silent for a moment, then spoke softly. "Couldn't you go to the dojo? With my father there?" "Good point. Besides, it's cramped enough with the Panda and Ranma there, and now that he's brought a daughter." Yukayu winced as the pain of that statement mixed with that of Raraku's attack. "aka his daughter. But I mustn't panic. He has a son, too, right? And he's mine. I have as much a chance as she does. Then again, there was another road that seemed even more certain, where her line was doomed to end in. She looked at the unconscious pervert on the floor, and scowled. Why are you doing this? What do you see in him? You know what he's capable of. He's dangerous. Are you sure you'll be safe? Nabiki winked. I'll keep a glass of water next to the bed, just in case. In fact, she took a nearby pitcher of water and tipped it over Radico. His body trembled for a second, then shrank into a pile of clothes, and a bandana-clad fruit bat. This'll make him easier to carry. Yukayu giggled against her will. It was hard to keep a grudge against a flying mouse. In any case, she'd done what she could, and it had been foiled at every step. Anything that went wrong was now on Nabiki's head. There's a hot water tap in the bathroom, said Yukayu in a business-like fashion. You know where it island, thanks, answered Nabiki curtly. It might even be better this way. The cost of the interview was putting quite a dent in her pocket. With the recent dearth of paying customers, she reminded herself, thinking of Ranma and Janma. Anything that lessened her expenses was worth it. And, who knew? Maybe she'd uncover something worthwhile. If I'm going to put up with having that under my roof, she nodded towards the bat, do you think you could find out about you and Ranma? Well, Yukayu shuffled her feet. Yeah, I guess. The entrepreneuress sighed. I would, but I'd have to charge you for it, setting a precedent and all that, and I know you don't have that much. I'm already doing you a favor by staying here and discounting the room rent from my fee. Oh, it looks like asterisk I single quote and asterisk not the one who will be dating Hibikis from now on. How can she be so cruel? To remind me of that. She looked at the bat, which dangled stunned from Nabiki's right thumb and forefinger, and struggled against a sudden urge to strangle the creature. Was that what lay ahead? Was that to be the end product of her life? Of the life of... She didn't even know if it was a son or a daughter she would have with Ryuga. No. Wait. The future isn't set. Ranchin and we still can. There was Ryo. Yet, he seemed so shaky and uncertain. If anything, he was almost sure that his future wasn't hers. Meanwhile, even when Radiko was babbling about things not being right, even when drunk, he was confident, and stood by his belief that the Kwanjis and Hibikis were fated to be joined. Are you just going to stand there all day? Or are you going to give me a key to the room? Oh. Yukayu rummaged through her pockets. Here it is. The metal trinket exchanged hands. Must remember to lock my own door tonight. Thanks. Don't wake us up. What about breakfast? Nabiki scratched her chin while she considered it. I suppose. Cook up something good, and I'll deduct that, as well. Now, it's off to tease the Hibiki. Knight. Yukayu barely remembered to wave. She had to know more. But from who? That woman with her bandolier. Surely she could tell her something. Anything. just to give her more hope, just to give her some hope. They should be almost done with dinner now. Perhaps she could coax them with a little friendly conversation. She'd mentioned she was a historian. Maybe an exchange. Nabiki walked away, bat in one hand and clothes in the other. Yukayu dusted herself off and went to offer her other customers her only other customers an after-dinner drink. "Hi," she said. "Enjoy your meal." The woman looked at her, smiling, and the other nodded gravely. "Would you like something else? Coffee? Tea? Maybe some cake?" I think there's still some cake in the storeroom. "No, that's all right." The blonde's eyes twinkled. It only made Yukayu feel worse to see a couple that seemed so matched. "Just the bill, please." "Sure." As she reached for her notepad, she remembered something. "Just a second. You're from the future, right? 2096? "She is," said the man. "I don't know quite where I'm from." He grinned, which made him look alarmingly like a wolf. Then, let's see. They'd been here a day or two at most, and Radiko had 2 scrub pots. "I don't suppose you have any current currency?" She wasn't exactly Nabiki, but maybe she could arrange for an exchange, food for information. The woman arched an eyebrow in reply, smiled, and reached inside her jacket. A moment later, Kwanji grabbed a shining something from the air, as it was tossed towards her. She opened her palm. It was a coin. A gold coin. Spanish doubloon, late 16th century, announced the historian. "Any museum can verify it for you." "Will that be enough?" "I don't have enough change for it." "No kidding. If she sold the dead-ridden Okonomiyaki, she might be able to give back the appropriate amount." "That's all right." Another smile, and a wink to her companion. "Keep it." Yukai's jaw dropped, and even the stoic wolf looked startled. "Thank you." Now she could put up a new sign, maybe pay off the loans. What had she done to deserve this? She barely knew them, and all I'd given them is okonomiyaki. She had to find something she could offer in return. She was no kudu, but this went even against her honor. Even Nabiki wouldn't. "That's it. You two don't have a place for the night, do you?" "Where were we going to stay?" "Childra." "So that's her name. I thought maybe we could go to the tofu clinic." She arched an eyebrow at the cook. "Do you know a better place?" "I don't have many more of those," she said, pointing at the doubloon, "so a hotel is out of the question." Childra grinned at her companion. Unfortunately, her boyfriend blushed. "Actually, I have a spare room. Not the one with rat in it, I hope. You heard? I'm not deaf, dear, and he's only mute." She poked the other in the shoulder, eliciting a smile. "We were having a lot of fun watching you all, but since you had it so well under control." "Ah, I see. Besides, the boy could use a little education. Those hibikis tend to be a bit inhibited, as you may well know." Yukai nodded. She knew. "All right. It had taken all her persuasion to get Ryuga to go on a date with Akane, for crying out loud. Even then, she'd had to write the invitation herself. That's shyness. Oh. If the lost boy did overcome it enough to marry her, that meant that. Change the subject. Stop that thought. She took a key out of her pocket, and put it on the table. I'm afraid it's just a single room, but I'm sure it's better than one of Dr. Tofu's. Oh, said Childra, I don't mind. From the way Wolf Boy looked, Yukai wasn't sure that he would say the same. His face was beet red, he was staring at his empty plate, and his mouth kept opening and closing, without saying a word. Don't mind him, the blonde assured her, wrapping an arm around his neck. It'll be just perfect. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Nabiki sucked on the cylinder, relishing its sweetness, drawing from it all the juices that she could. When it seemed that she could take no more, she stimulated it by pushing it in and out, rhythmically massaging it with her lips, ever so gently. The stiff rod seemed to melt under the touch of her warm tongue, dissolving into a sugary syrup of pure delight. Even that was not enough to keep her entertained. She needed more. Something with more intensity, with explosion. Nabiki bit into it. It shattered. Gosh, these lollipops are good. I wonder where Yukai buys them. No matter. She'd find out in the morning. For now, she had business to take care of. She swallowed the candy fragments, tossed the bear stick aside, and took her camera out of her purse. Now, what was left to be done? One future Hibiki in bat form. Check. One glass of warm water. Check. One camera. Check. And now, to put them all together. If half of what she'd heard was right, compromising pictures of this boy could have her set for a life. At the very least, she could sell them to him. After all, surely he didn't want his friends knowing he'd slept with a monster. That would likely bring in another notebook's worth of extra information. Failing that, he wasn't too shabby looking. Asuka or Kodakai might be willing to pay good, solid yen for pictures of him. Well, to work. She sprinkled the bat's left wing with the water and was only slightly startled at the instant metamorphosis. Thankfully, it seemed that Radiko was still very drunk. He shouldn't be waking up for a few more hours, at least. Nabiki climbed onto the bed. Now, for just the right position. She took her camera, holding it gently and running her hand down the barrel of the lens, feeling a certain thrill run through her spine. This was the action of making money, getting her hooks in on a man, grabbing them by the proverbial. Well, Nabiki bent down a little, off to Radiko's left, HMMing as she fingered the camera lens. No, this isn't good enough. She moved to his right side, bent down lower, and grunted in dissatisfaction. This isn't right either. She crawled onto the bed, gripping her camera a little tighter, and squatted down by Radiko's head. Nabiki lifted her camera to her face, licking her lips, and lowered herself slowly, trying to find the best spot for the photo. Unfortunately, That position quickly failed to satisfy her, and she slowly made her way off the bed. Wide angle. Wide angle. Got it. This would be perfect and needed only a little positioning. If she tilted his chin up, like that, it looked like he was in ecstasy. Move the arms to the sides, like so. And it was the perfect position. She saddled his legs right above his knees, and smiled. This was so easy, it wasn't even funny. Well, okay. It was funny. She almost wished that he would refuse to give her the data she wanted, so that she'd be able to show these around. It would look, for all the world, like he and she had been. And he'd wanted pictures to remember it by. Nabiki stifled a giggle. Hibikis could certainly be entertaining. Maybe she could still make him think that that was what had gone on. Smile for the camera, bad boy. She whispered, and looked through the viewfinder. Her gaze slowly went up his body, and she couldn't help but start feeling a little warm herself. Nabiki's breathing quickened as she fingered the camera button and slowly gripped the lens shaft, turning it gently in her hand, bringing in Radiko's image sharper and sharper, and oh so much clearer. Oh yes, yes, that's the spot. Hold it steady. Nabiki thrust the camera button down, sighing in satisfaction, when *flash oh. Deity. I forgot to turn that thing off. Radiko's eyebrows bobbed up and down, and his nose twitched briefly before he opened his brown eyes. I got groggy. I would thought my see-through nightshirt would have. You. The white orbs doubled in size. Oh. We. Run out of pronouns yet, Ratty baby? Don't tell me we. Nabiki smiled. She'd gotten the picture. What harm could it do to tease for a bit? Don't tell you what, Rat. We didn't. We will. She leaned in closer and laughed with delight when she saw the trickle of red working its way down the boy's neck. I mustn't fail, Obasan. He shouted. Don't tell me you're into geriatric incest. Was he? Nabiki made a mental shrug. In a world where Kunio was a global savior, anything was possible. I must be strong. He cried. Don't worry. I'm sure you will be. She winked, and he fainted. Oh, well. So much for the entertainment. At least it'll be easier to get the rest of the role, now. Childra locked the door to the room and stood before Ishido in the blackness. Maybe we should turn on the light knob, suggested Lobe Eyes. I like it dark. She grinned briefly, then her face became a tight line. Somehow, her usual lines just didn't seem right when used on him. She wasn't lying. Oh. Now that they were together, alone, encased by four walls and a window, she didn't want to be seen by him. Not yet. Not her body. Not before he saw the real me. He had, already, she thought. Maybe that's why she felt so drawn to him. He cared for her, and protected her even though he looked away when she showed off. And they had barely touched hands, except at her own insistence. You. You didn't have to do that, you know, Ishido said softly. The coin? Hi. Now, a real smile. I suppose you would have paid. If I could have, he said wistfully. Then suddenly, look. You are. The moon's rays shone upon him as he raised his arms in frustration. Ishido. She placed an arm on his shoulder. He tensed. I know. She did, and told him with the language she knew best, out of her body. She stroked his hair, to calm him down and let him feel that she forgave him, even admired him for having thought for her, then thought his programming to not cause her pain. She looked into his eyes, and moved them into a blue and gray lit spot, so he could see her green ones and remember that's not right. She had to be herself. Will you wait a moment? Little eyes. Childra, please. He nodded. He didn't know why, but he trusted her. She liked that. Jansen stepped into a corner and took a small tube from her bandolier, popping off the top. Two taps on her eyes, and the green contact lenses fell into the palm of her hand, to be deposited in their container. She screwed the lid back on and put the vessel back in its slot. He deserved to know her as she truly was, as she so seldom let anyone see her, even myself. Smiling, she walked back to the gentleman. Your eyes. Brown. She hushed him, hissing softly and putting a finger over his lips. They're mine, she whispered. And only for you. Once again, his muscles contracted, and she repeated her massage, going lower down the back, drumming her fingers into each saliency, until she managed to relax him. Except in one vital part. She resisted the urge to proceed as she so often had before, completing the technique. If anything was to happen, she promised herself, it would not be because she forced it. Not this time. This had to be natural, spontaneous. Childra, you. He tried to turn away, but she forced his head back gently. You always cut off your sentences when you're about to say what I most want to hear. Ishido's blush turned lilac in the moonlight. Finish it, dear. Please. You. He cleared his throat and closed his hands, gathering up strength. Yes. Childra's heartbeat doubled in strength with each moment that passed, and the blood pumped through her arteries like lightning. You mean a lot to me. An explosion of warmth flooded through her, starting in the middle of her chest, fountaining across her breasts, and cataracting down her legs. She'd known, or she'd suspected, but he'd said it. He'd made it concrete, a reality. An internal laugh. So many promises from so many men, so many undying loves proclaimed, and now she was losing her mind over you mean a lot to me. But that is because he meant it. She knew he did. She also knew that she wanted it to be true, and she returned the sentiment in the strongest way possible. I know it sounds silly, he continued. I've only just met you, and with the locket I don't even know what's real anymore. It's not silly. She brushed her hand against his cheek. He shivered, and she was him. I can't offer you anything, he said softly. I can't even say that I haven't felt this way before. I don't know. All that matters is what you've already said, Ishido. I don't even know if I'm attached, or married, or... It doesn't matter to me, she said. After all, it didn't. Once she got the locket, they could go anywhere, to any reality. One where there was no Corp, or none of whoever had done these things to him. They could start a new present, a new future, and no past. She could forget hers, and his own had been erased. Does it matter to you? Not now. Sweating and trembling, she grinned and pulled off her jacket. Childra, I don't think. Good. The bandolier went next. Quickly, before she could regret it. You shouldn't do this. I might. I hope so. He gulped. She was serious. She needed to be with him, needed to feel him as a part of her. And now that she knew, her heart was ready to burst, its pace alone making her breathless. She took his hand, and overcame a slight resistance to guide it to her chest. Let's not argue, she pleaded. I don't want to hurt you, and if we... Finish your sentences, dear. If we... The lilac turned a deeper purple, and he trembled. If we are together, then I might. You might decide to stay with me. Well, I would like that. She moved his palm to the middle of her chest and let him feel her pulse, let him know how strong it was, how he had excited her, and made her live. Then, I suppose shyness becomes him. He gave in. She moved backwards, never turning her back to him, and made her way towards the bed, untying her neckerchief in the process. He followed, hesitant for the first few seconds, but then with confident and eager steps. He had seen her as she truly was, and had grown to like that. Now, it was time for him to fully be with her, so that she could give herself, her real self, for the first time. She smiled and lay against the linen sheets, as they settled down to finish what they had begun 100 years from now. Yukai lay in bed, staring at the ceiling. Thoughts whizzed through her head of their own volition, and she let them come and go as they pleased. Me? With Ryuga? Oh, no way. That boy downstairs with Nabiki had scared her with his talk and that Childra woman had not helped allay her fears at all. Sure, now she had money. She sure was generous, but she still didn't know what the future held for her. Or who. Darn it all. She said aloud. She tried to rest, letting her mind wander again, but it kept returning to the same point. Eventually fatigue overwhelmed her, as the events of the day, both physical and mental, taught that drunk Hibiki a lesson, and she fell into a deep sleep. I'm not going to marry Ryuga. Yukai began to dream. The kitchen was bright, sparkling with the lemon-scented shine of clean cupboards and floor. Utensils, pots, and pans lined the walls, neatly hung in place. Beneath the smell of Mr. Clean, there was the unmistakable odor of okonomiyaki. None was cooking now, but this was obviously a place that saw that dish often. Yukaya wandered to the countertop, feeling a security and safety she'd never known before. She recognized the cooking implements that lined the walls. They were hers. But whose was the kitchen in which they hung? Deep peace filled her mind, and she strolled around the house, trying to figure out where she was. Not worried, but still curious. She turned to her left, leaving the airy kitchen for a cozy living area. There were pillows, chairs, a low table and a clean wooden floor under her feet. Whoever keeps house here is a very clean person, Yukaya thought, approvingly. Then something caught her eye. In the corner of the room, tucked away neatly, was a bright-colored box. It jarred slightly with the subtle colors of the room, but it somehow made the place even more inviting. It was a child's toy box. Yukaya wandered over and removed the lid. Inside were cars, boats, trains, and blocks. Soft plush animals jostled with rubber balls for space, and a jack-in-the-box squealed up at her as she moved the toys around. The jack-in-the-box cried, bouncing on its spring. Yukaya giggled and wondered absently if the owners of the house would come to find her now, sitting in their living room, playing with their son's toys. How did I know it was a boy? She thought to herself. There could be dolls elsewhere, or maybe a girl who doesn't like dolls. But a part of her giggled again, and knew it was a boy. Yukaya replaced the jack-in-the-box and stood up. She walked back to the kitchen and saw with some strange satisfaction that the crayon drawings on the fridge jarred with the kitchen as well as the toy box had in the living room. This is a house for a child, but it's also a house for cleanliness and order. It occurred to her briefly that she herself wouldn't mind a house like this. A faint voice in the back of her mind reminded her that with Childra's coin, her debts would be gone, and she could begin to save. Who is Childra? The name was familiar, but unimportant for now. There was more exploring to be done. The okonomiyaki chef climbed up the stairs to the upper level and noted with another happy surge of satisfaction that the little room nearest the stairs definitely belonged to a small boy. Toys lay scattered on the floor, picture books lined the shelves, and pants and shirts seemed to have exploded from the chest of drawers. The bed was made, but it had obviously suffered the attentions of a young trampolinist, and the covers were in disarray. Yukaya frowned wryly. What a mess, she said aloud, but she didn't really feel the sentiment behind the words. This happy little room was a haven, and a home to a little boy she found she wanted to know. She quenched a sudden wave of belonging. Where did that come from? This is not my home. She moved past a small bathroom to the master bedroom. Inside the bedroom the trampoline artist had struck again, sending pillows onto the floor and disheveling blankets. The rest of the room was neat, and the closet was closed. Large windows claimed one wall, and Yukaya walked over and gazed out. A picturesque street, with cherry trees blossoming in the grass. People wandered here and there in gardens or sat watching children play outside. Yukaya wondered which child was the one whose toys she had examined, but something inside her told her he wasn't within view. Yukaya turned from the window and noticed for the first time the pictures lined up on the desk by the bed. She walked over and fondly picked up the largest. It was a wedding photo. A noise startled her, and she looked up. Outside, there was another happy squeal. A child yelled as a young man laughed. "More, Daddy. More. I want up again." The voices grew nearer, and the laughter began to sound familiar. Yukaya felt a happy breath escape her lips. This felt so right. She glanced down at the picture she was holding. There, framed in white, stood a tall handsome man, his eyes gleaming with happiness as his beautiful bride kissed his cheek. He was blushing, but he held her close, and together they seemed to make a perfect pair. Her long dark tresses were hidden by a veil, and his unruly hair was kept back from his eyes by a yellow and black bandana. Yukaya gasped and flung back the covers. "Ouga. Dop and dop me dots." She fell back against the pillow, and scowled. But suddenly she heard again faintly the happy cries of the little boy. The wave of joy swept softly over her again. The feeling of right and home. Yukaya spoke aloud to the stillness of the house. "Well, maybe dot, asterisk. Deep within Radiko's mind, the mental engine started to hum, and the turbines of his consciousness began to spring to life. Unfortunately, the already mangled navigational and balance system was still reeling from the night before. Raraku rubbed his throbbing head and wondered why the room was constantly rotating to the left. Meanwhile, mental power was finally restored to Radiko's memory, although slowly, uneasily, and with the occasional interference from the pain sensors that were registering a throbbing signal from his skull. The memories began to coalesce, to solidify slowly, into him, and great-grandma, and Perdita, in bed, together. A part of Radiko mentally shrieked in terror, but the rest of him was still spinning with the room, so the full sense of panic didn't hit him. It was, however, enough to set off a deep and fundamental feeling that something was wrong. Very wrong. Incredibly wrong. Dream. Must have been. Bad. Food. And his bandana. It seemed like it was fastened on too tight. Way too tight. He reached up to loosen it, and found it wasn't there. It was at this point that he felt a quick self-check was needed. As with any hangover victim, it started slowly, with the Hibiki refrain, "Where am I?" He opened his eyes and was flooded with incredibly painful light. His lids were immediately shut on a reflex. That, he felt, should be held off till later. He tried not to think at all, but his sense of touch was blotting something out. Breezy. Very breezy. He didn't remember his clothes being so flimsy. Actually, they didn't feel like his clothes at all. Radiko moved slightly, but his outfit didn't. Hey, these feel like sheets. He slowly moved one hand to his chest, and felt nothing but skin. He moved his hand down to his thigh and it got the same results. Which meant, oh deity, I'm naked. Raraku opened his eyes in shock and alarm, ready to scream in panic. He would have, but he felt too weak in the end. He sensed that he wasn't alone. It was still a blur, but steadily becoming sharper. Something nearby moved. He leaned forward, trying to get it into focus. Didn't see enough of me last night? A female's voice asked tauntingly. Oh deity telling me that's not Radiko's vision snapped into full efficiency, and he realized exactly what those gentle round curves he was nearly sticking his face into were, and who they belonged to. Why you? Radiko stifled a nosebleed and backed away. Good morning, darling, purred Nabiki. Radiko started stammering and babbling. You. Last night. Oh, no. Wasn't *I* better than you Caillou? Asked his bedfellow. Oh no. Well, at least now he knew why he was feeling so sick to his stomach. Had he actually? With her? Think. He tried to replay his last moments of consciousness from last night, but his memory was still somewhat fried. All his mental images were hazy, and when he tried to sharpen them, he was rewarded with an invisible mallet to the cranium. Red. Something. Red. I think. Ratty baby, want a tissue for that nosebleed? Hate to tell you, hon, but your face is covered in it, and it's not very attractive. Oh. So that's what's red. But she handed him a Kleenex, and the Hibiki, too lost to do anything else, took it and began to wipe himself. The act of cleansing soothed him, and he felt a sort of calm settling in. Don't tell me you don't remember. He didn't, and surprised himself by actually wishing that he did. I'm afraid not. I'm shocked I'm so calm about this. I'm actually enjoying seeing a legendary villainess next to me in her underwear. I'm bleeding to death, but I don't care. You're hungover. What? You were drunk, rat. Now he remembered. The threat. And the wine. And her smile. Then you and I really. Another nosebleed, and a blush. Plus, a little extra movement somewhat further down the anatomical chart. Oh yes, we certainly did. She smiled, and I have the pictures to prove it. You're quite the daring one, Raraku. And downfall isn't exactly a name I'd use for you. I have pictures. His salivary gland joined his nasal capillaries in celebrating the event. He'd actually. And he hadn't gotten lost. And she hadn't run off. And they weren't related. And, can I, ask you something? Asked Radiko shyly. Yes. Nabiki grinned and moved in closer. Radiko suddenly stood up and grabbed her by her hands, a wild and delirious look on his face. Could I have copies? Please? Nabiki face faltered. Asterisk. I'm back. I'm back. Ryo was racing down the streets, his heart beating faster and faster. This was underscore at underscore, the end of the line. He was home. Bell-chan. He roared as he zoomed into his house. He didn't care if the neighbors would talk. He didn't care if everyone was thinking he was acting weird. And he didn't care that he'd run so fast that he'd lost sight of Godai and Taichi. He felt like a new man today. A door opened, and even though he was far, he underscore knew underscore who that was. Bell-chan. I'm back. Ryo looked at Bell-dondi. After all this time, he was finally here, in front of her. Back home, where he belonged. No strange half-siblings, no more need to lie. His conscience still hurt whenever he thought about how he had been forced to deceive his own mother. Granted, one in an alternate reality, who would probably never birth him, but it was nice to know that. He shook his head. Never again. Never again will I do anything like that. Now that I'm with Bell-chan, I can finally settle down, and Ryo finally slowed down, not wanting to run right past his beloved, and stopped just a few feet away from her. He just gazed at the woman, admiring how beautiful she was. Oh, I've missed you. Is something wrong, Ryo-kun? She smiled, showing twin rows of perfect pearls, matching those around her neck. No. It's just nice to be home. Now that the locket was gone, that's where he'd stay. Where it was now, he didn't really care. Not after what he'd gone through. If someone else ended up with it, great, just so long as they left him and his loved ones alone. If it had disappeared altogether, so much the better. It's nice to have you home, Ryo. Another smile. This one sent a thrill down his spine. And those eyes. A beautiful shade of blue, deep as the ocean, kind as the gentle night just after sunset. Oh, Bell-chan. I've missed you so much. Ryo began to cry, sending Kasumi's daughter to his side at once. She massaged his shoulders with her silk-soft hands, chanting in a tone that could only bring him peace. Whatever has happened, it's all right. We're together, and our parents have already approved the wedding. Wedding? Had that been said already? He couldn't remember. His mind was still a bit groggy, everything in a haze. The date has been chosen. His muscles tensed, making Bell-dondi frown for a second before doubling the intensity of her massage. While you were gone, Ryo-kun, did Mother forget to tell you? We will be wed tomorrow. Tomorrow? Ryo bolted straight up. Don't do that, darling. You need to calm down. Calm. Now. I'm calm. Bell-dondi. Really? He grinned from ear to ear. In fact, I've never been happier. That was an understatement. To find out that everything had been arranged. You're sure about this? Had I ever lied to you, Ryo-kun? At once, he regretted having opened his mouth. His fiancée, and soon-to-be wife, would never even dream of doing to me what I had done to my mother. That was behind him now, and it would stay there. No, Bell-dondi, he said softly. You never have. She smiled, only a thin film of water over her eyes, and walked to him, arms outstretched. He received her, and looked once more into her azure eyes that seemed to burn with a blue flame as he pulled her head towards his, and prepared to kiss. Ryo no Anda. Huh? Geez, and to think I'd almost changed my mind about him. Again. Is something wrong, Miyabi? But nothing, Mom. I should've expected it. Instead of the creep being thankful for being rescued from a ditch, he tries to kiss me. He probably got drunk last night. No wonder he never came back. No. Not here. Not when Ishido Ryo opened his eyes and very briefly saw Tenduakan and Ishido Miyabi glaring at him from above, before two powerful blows sent him flying above the treetops. Ranma! He could hear faintly from below. Even your sons are perverts. At least the aerial view was nice. He never had realized how beautiful Nerima was in the morning. And Act 3 annotations for Act 3, a cure. To what? The Nerima being used as the main reality in converging series is set some time before Nodoka discovers the truth about her son. Radiko is trying to say, Perdita, which is Nabiki's form in Ranma 2096. Perdita is generally not liked by Radiko. How dare you mention those two names in the same breath? In Ranma 2096 continuity, Tatewaki is considered a hero, while Kodakai is extremely vilified. I meant the bandolier, you jackass. Through a turn of events a little too lengthy to cover here, Childra Jansen wears Yukai's bandolier. Go read Ranma 2096 to figure it all out. You see? Opium. Everything's upside down. Opium is a device planted in Radiko's head. See Ranma 2096 for details. Yukai lay in bed, staring at the ceiling. Special thanks to Nicola Wright for this scene.